So, welcome everybody. Can I just ask everybody who's not seated to sit down and relax? Because we are basically going to start in approximately 30 seconds. Feel also free to sort of tell people in the foyer to come during these 30 seconds before we start. So maybe the most efficient way of making people come from the foyer to the auditorium is if I start talking. So I would like to welcome everybody here to the 5th Energy Poverty Advisory Hub's annual conference. My name is Jeppe Michael Jensen. I am coordinating the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub together with a team of people. And if I can ask the team to stand up. Because, okay, that's a very early applause. I appreciate your expectations. But the important part here is that memorize these faces, because you can always go to them in case you have any questions in regards to the conference here or any questions in regard to the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub in general. So, welcome everybody here in the room. Also, welcome everybody who is online. The EPAH conference, as we call it, is really where the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub shines as sort of the multi-level governance elevator as we are. EPAH is focusing on actions on the ground together with municipalities and regions with technical assistances, guidances, etc. But the conference, that is where we are connecting also with the larger structures, meaning the national and the EU structures. And you will see the first session here is a very good example of that. I will try to guide you throughout these 2 days with practical sort of guidance primarily, but I'll also maybe have a couple of questions, critical, interesting from time to time, because I'm also a participant of this conference and I really welcome you to do the exact same thing. It is an advisory hub. This means that it's an exchange of information, and I can tell you the room in here is full of information. So don't be shy to pose the questions. Be active on Slido, which so I'll ask you also to have your telephones ready to provide also feedback to us in the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, also for the future along the way. But without further ado, I would like to welcome, not welcome, but I'd like to have the video on screen, because we are delighted to have a welcoming video from Dan Jørgensen, Commissioner for Energy and Housing, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. And right after that, I would like to call the speakers to the stage for the first session. But that is around it from my side. As mentioned, if you have questions, you can come to me or the colleagues. Apart from that, I just wish you a wonderful 2 days.
Dear friends, affordable, secure, and sustainable energy is a basic necessity for us all. But today, in Europe, it is not a reality for us all. Almost 1 in 10 citizens cannot afford to adequately heat their homes, and increasingly, a number of people suffer in the summer because they cannot adequately cool their premises. In addition to this very serious situation, over 30 million Europeans reported that they struggle to pay their utility bills on time. This is unacceptable. This needs to change. All Europeans should have access to affordable, clean energy. And with our Citizens' Energy Package, we aim to bring about this change. First, we will do everything we can to lower bills with actions that can be implemented here and now. For example, by following the Commission's recommendations on energy taxation, Member States could help their citizens save an average of €200 per year on energy bills. Improving networks tariffs can also deliver savings, for example, by better rewarding flexible energy consumption and local production. These solutions already exist. Now it's time to put them into action. Second, we will empower citizens to bring down bills through their own actions. We will work to strengthen the position of consumers so that they can benefit from the most affordable, flexible, and trustworthy contracts. We will work to make energy-saving technologies and smart devices more available and accessible for every household. And we will work to boost home production and energy communities. By 2030, we aim to achieve a 10-fold increase in the renewable production capacity of energy communities, enabling clean energy supplies for up to 30 million households. Finally, this package is about protecting the most vulnerable. We will work together with national and local authorities to tackle energy poverty head-on. Our focus will be on practical steps that can make a difference, like targeted renovation schemes for elderly citizens and those with disabilities. And to prevent disconnections, we want to make sure that we have solutions like death management schemes and early warning signals, and that they are more widespread. For example, when you are approaching the data limit on your phone, you get an early warning signal from your service provider. There's no reason why energy providers can't do the same. In the coming months and years, we must work together to deliver these objectives. So, today, I say to you, let's join forces for a future of empowered, engaged, and protected citizens, and a Europe where every one of us can enjoy affordable and sustainable energy. Thank you.
So this is a perfect setting of the scene with Commissioner Jørgensen's announcement of the Citizens' Energy Package. And with this, I would like to welcome the first speakers of these 2 days. First, Rosalind van der Vlies, who is Director of Just Transition, Consumers, Efficiency and Innovation from Directorate-General for Energy at the European Commission. Welcome. Second, Mr. Kyriakos Iordanou, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Energy, Commerce and Industry in the Republic of Cyprus. Third, Nikolaos Kardalias, Governor of Attica, Greater Athens region, from Greece, obviously. And Mr. Haris Doukas, the mayor of our host city of Athens. And we can begin our speeches from one side to the other. So welcome, everybody.
Hey, well, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the introduction. I'm still finding my way in this rather comfortable chair, but it's a real pleasure to be here, and actually a real honor to be here at this conference. We are a bit from the European Commission in a celebratory mode, because this is the first conference since we adopted the long-awaited Citizens' Energy Package. So I think this is really a big milestone, because for the first time, we now have a very important policy document, political document, coming from the European Commission that really recognizes the importance of this issue, and that also clearly states the ambition that in the European Union we want to fight energy poverty and we want to protect the most vulnerable in our European society. So for us, we are really excited to be here. For me personally, it is the first conference, but I understand already from the informal conversations I had that for many of you, this is actually a highlight of the year to meet also like-minded people, to network. And I would really invite you to start actually by just looking around in the room to see if you see some familiar faces in the room and maybe also some unfamiliar faces. And I really would like to encourage all of you to make the most out of these 2 days and to really connect and network with each other, because I do believe that, you know, with having a really strong community of practice, we can really make a huge difference, and that is exactly what our European society needs. Now, I don't need to tell you that, of course, we are, again, in very crucial times, including, of course, the recent developments in the Middle East, that, again, underline how vulnerable we are in the European Union when it comes to our energy prices. And, of course, when the energy prices start to rise, the most vulnerable people in society are hit the hardest. Now, the good news is that we have learned some really important lessons from the past. In the European Union, we have set out a very strong regulatory framework in our laws to protect and to empower the citizens and the consumers in the energy system. We have tremendously reduced our dependency on the imports of fossil fuels. And there we have made great progress thanks to the Repower EU program. And we are continue to accelerate our homegrown clean energy inside the European Union to continue to reduce our dependencies from outside the European Union. And thirdly, we have developed a toolbox where member states can take a lot of national action. And of course, from the European Commission, we know there is no one-size-fits-all solution. There is no silver bullet, but there are various measures that can be taken at the national level. And from the European Commission side, this conference is a really important moment to learn from each other, to really understand best practices that have been developed, and to make sure that we work together to replicate these really good solutions in other parts of the European Union. So, as I already mentioned, I think this is a great opportunity, especially for the people here in the room, to really reconnect, learn from each other, and to make sure that we can really replicate successes across the European Union. From our side, we will continue with our technical assistance, including also funded through our LIFE program, and there is still a call open. So I would really invite local authorities to go on our website and apply. The call is open until the end of this month, so there's still time. Another very important element is that I think we need to continue to provide consumers and citizens with information. Information is power, and as Jeppe mentioned in the beginning, there is a lot of information in this room, and let's make sure this information also reaches our citizens, including the most vulnerable ones. And lastly, we have published a very inspirational booklet that you can find on the table in the room next door, where we can really read inspirational cases, great success stories that have been developed at local and regional level, and here a wish from our side to spread these good examples and to make sure that we can scale them and replicate them across the European Union. Now, I already mentioned we are a bit in celebratory mode with the publication of the Citizens' Energy Package, but the publication of this policy document, it's not the end, it's actually just the beginning. And we need your help to make sure that the actions that are announced in this document are actually translated into concrete impact on the ground. So also this conference and the outcome document of this conference will help us as a European Commission to make sure that we focus our efforts on the right actions, the most impactful actions in order to implement the Citizens' Energy Package. So I would really invite all of you, share your views, help us to identify which concrete actions matter most, so that we can really focus the implementation of the Citizens' Energy Package in the most impactful and concrete way. So I'll stop here and thank you very much, and I wish you all very inspirational days here in the beautiful city of Athens. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It is indeed my first time as well in this in such a conference, given that I am on the roll just a few months, and yeah, I do feel privileged to be here with you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, I'm truly delighted to be here today with you at this highly coveted conference on behalf of the Ministry of Energy, Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Cyprus. This landmark Energy Poverty Advisory Hub event couldn't be more topical and more timely, I'd say. As you know, Cyprus holds the presidency of the European Union Council for the first semester of 2026. Our ambition is to steer the Union towards greater autonomy, resilience, and social cohesion. To this end, we have placed energy poverty at the heart of a fair and lasting energy transition, which leaves no one behind. Under the auspices of the EU Citizens' Energy Package, Cyprus reaffirms its steadfast commitment to tackle energy poverty as an integral component of our inclusive energy union. Energy poverty remains a significant structural challenge across the EU. In Cyprus, it affects almost 15% of households, albeit recent data from Eurostat shows a modest improvement at EU level compared to previous years. Nevertheless, energy poverty still affects approximately 42 million Europeans, highlighting the magnitude of the challenge, with this past extremely harsh winter testing the vulnerable households even further. Drivers of this multidimensional social phenomenon include, inter alia, high energy cost relative to income, poor building efficiency, and price volatility. Additional emerging challenges include growing cooling needs due to increasingly frequent heat waves, risks of exclusion during low carbon and digital energy transition, and heightened health impacts associated with extreme temperatures. At the same time, current geopolitical developments are once again demonstrating the vulnerability of the energy markets to stock shocks. The ongoing tensions and military escalation in the Middle East and recently in Iran have already triggered significant volatility in the global energy markets, affecting oil and natural gas supply chains and contributing to upwards pressure on international energy prices. Such disruptions risk translating into higher electricity and heating costs for European households, disproportionately affecting low-income and vulnerable households. These developments underscore the urgency of strengthening EU's resilience, accelerating the deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency measures, as well as reinforcing targeted social protection to shield energy-poor households from external price and system shocks. Despite the EU's comprehensive framework of legislation, coupled by funding mechanisms and capacity-building initiatives to tackle energy poverty, key challenges still persist. Such include fragmented national approaches which often lack clear definitions, feasible targets, and integrated strategies. Significant data Data gaps also remain, particularly regarding summer cooling periods, involuntary disconnections, and granular profiling of vulnerable consumer segments. Addressing these gaps is essential to ensure equitable energy transitions and safeguard vulnerable households across the EU. Today's conference provides an ideal forum for such discussions, bringing together policymakers, technical experts, local authorities, and stakeholders to work towards harmonized definitions, stronger data infrastructure, aligned national energy and climate plan and social climate plan methodologies, and mobilize targeted financing for cooling retrofits and disconnection preventions. These priorities are key to developing cohesive and evidence-based solutions. The mitigation of energy poverty is also reflected in Cyprus's country-specific recommendations, which call for enhanced social protection mechanisms, improved energy efficiency in vulnerable dwellings, and meaningful affordability measures. This aligns fully with the national priorities outlined in the government strategy for 27-29. Our National Energy and Climate Plan for 2030 sets an indicative target to reduce energy poverty by 10% by 2030, directing cumulative savings towards vulnerable households in line with the objectives of the Social Climate Fund. The EU funding, as mobilized from 2026, is expected to play a crucial role in mitigating potential impacts of the new emissions trading systems on vulnerable consumers. At national level, our key initiatives include a special residential tariff, reduced electricity rates approximately lowered to 20% for more than 30,000 vulnerable households, combined with protection against electricity disconnection. Renovation grants and deep renovation support schemes for energy efficiency, providing grants up to 80% for vulnerable consumers. Individual support measures, support schemes providing up to 100% grants for individual measures such as installation of photovoltaic systems, and up to 80% grants for replacement of solar water heaters and energy inefficient appliances. In addition, the forthcoming National Energy Poverty Governance System will introduce a national observatory responsible for annual monitoring and assessment, B, expert networks to support policy development, and C, local energy hubs to assist with the identification of vulnerable households. These measures will complement EU efforts like the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub's Atlas of Best Practices and Technical Assistance Programs. Equally important is the quest of addressing energy poverty, is the role of energy communities and renewable energy communities. By enabling citizens, local authorities, and small businesses to jointly invest in renewable energy projects, these community-driven models can provide affordable and locally generated electricity and/or heat, enhance energy autonomy, and ensure that the benefits of the clean energy transition are more equitably distributed. In particular, community energy initiatives can empower vulnerable households to participate directly in renewable energy generation, reduce energy bills through collective self-consumption, and strengthen social cohesion at the local level. Supporting the development of such initiatives is therefore an important policy lever for tackling energy poverty while advancing the EU's decarbonization objectives. These efforts are embedded within the broader EU-aligned frameworks, including the finalization of the Social Climate Plan and National Building Renovation Plan, both of which prioritize access to less fortunate households to energy efficiency upgrades. Cyprus' experience highlights the need for stronger cross-sectoral cooperation, linking energy policy, social welfare systems, housing strategies, and local governance structures. Addressing data caps and mobilizing adequate financing remain critical challenges. As our country currently holds the rotating presidency of the European Council, Cyprus remains committed to a clear EU roadmap in fostering objectives to tackle energy poverty. Such objectives envisage to improve the monitoring mechanisms, particularly regarding summer energy poverty, which is where Cyprus has the biggest challenge, by mobilizing both public and private financing, empowering local authorities through initiatives such as Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, and reducing fragmentation between national approaches in order to deliver coherent evidence-based solutions. I'm coming from yesterday's TT Energy Council meeting, where one of our main objectives is affordable energy, which binds perfectly with the discussions we have today. So it's indeed a great effort being played in order to address this very, very important social and economic at the same time issue that we need to discuss today and tomorrow. In this spirit, Cyprus welcomes all valuable initiatives like Greece's energy portal and benefit card, standing ready to further strengthen its cooperation with the European Poverty Advisory Hub and Cyprus Energy Agency, and support the development of Mediterranean-focused strategies under our presidency's global engagement pillar. Thank you, and I all wish you a pleasant and fruitful conference.
The podium is more comfortable for speeches than the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we welcome you for the next 2 days to Athens, to the region of Attica, the capital region of Greece, for the annual conference of the European Commission's initiative, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub. This is a strategic forum dedicated to align policies, practices, and innovation toward a fair, citizen-centered green transition for Europe, a transition without exclusions. Allow me at the outset to emphasize that this year's forum is taking place at a particularly critical juncture under the heavy shadow of ongoing military conflict in our wider neighborhood in the Middle East and the Persian Gulf region. As long as this conflict continues, its consequences are dramatic, not only for the people living in the affected areas, but for the entire globe, and especially for Europe, which is our common home. Beyond the security challenges that EU member states must manage collectively, we are also called upon to address the serious side effects on the European economy. The rise in oil prices and the surge in energy costs are already leaving a strong imprint on production expenses, inevitably driving inflation and increasing the cost of living. This situation places an even heavier burden on vulnerable households, which are still paying a high price for the consequences of another war that broke out nearby 4 years ago on Europe's northeastern borders. Under these conditions, energy poverty returns to the forefront not only as a social indicator, but as an issue with a clear institutional dimension. It becomes yet another link in the chain of major social challenges, such as the housing crisis, low incomes, the weakening of the welfare state, and the rising cost of living, problems that trouble European societies, call into question the European way of life, fuel social unrest and tensions, and politically strengthen populist forces. Solutions to Europe's major social challenges can only be political. Europe possesses the institutions, the mechanisms, and the political will to undertake initiatives and finance actions and interventions that can contribute substantially to addressing problems such as energy poverty, the core topic of our meeting. The major social issue and its mitigation rank high on the agenda of the region of Attica, the largest region of Greece and home to nearly half of our country's population. It is directly linked to dignified living conditions and to safeguarding the ability of thousands of households to exercise, to practice, to their right to safe housing with adequate heating and cooling. It is also a key indicator of whether the green transition, a declared objective of both the European Union and Greece, will be fair, or whether it will widen inequalities by leaving the most vulnerable behind. For us, in the region of Attica, the green transition is not merely a declaration. It is a goal with clear development and social orientation. Green development and transition are not only policy tools for addressing the consequences of climate change, but also a new model of economic growth, a continuous effort to restore balance between society, ecosystems, and the economy as a whole. We firmly believe that climate action must include the transformation of the existing development model towards a sustainable green economy with low or even zero carbon emissions through the use of innovative technologies. Within this framework, the region of Attica has intensified efforts to reduce waste and energy consumption, strengthen innovation in the environmental sector, supported the creation of new markets based on the circular economy and demand for green technologies, goods, and services, and proceeded with projects upgrading school and municipal buildings. We have rapidly promoted energy savings in road lighting, electromobility, and alternative models of transportation, while focusing on modernizing small and medium-sized enterprises through European structural funds, including energy upgrades, circular economy practices, digital transformation, and support for the social and solidarity economy. This intervention aimed to improve environmental management, increase productivity, reduce energy costs, and protect vulnerable households. I would like to stress that all implemented and planned landmark initiatives result from close cooperation between the region of Attica and our 66 municipalities. For us, cooperation is a central pillar of our planning and a prerequisite to ensuring that all actions have a positive impact in every neighborhood of Attica. We are determined that no vulnerable citizen will be left behind. On this basis, the region of Attica is implementing projects and actions with a total budget exceeding 100 million euro under the Attica 21-27 program, aiming to strengthen social cohesion, promote energy savings, and drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions, thereby contributing substantially to national climate goals. These projects include energy efficiency improvement actions in municipal buildings, energy upgrades in schools and municipal facilities across Attica, targeting energy savings exceeding 30%, and the completion of an energy upgrade project for the regional road lighting network, already achieving energy savings of approximately 70%, while enhancing road safety through modern lighting management systems. Further energy savings interventions are being implemented in buildings and municipal infrastructure under sustainable urban development strategies, alongside clean mobility initiatives promoting electromobility, cycling, and the use of renewable energy sources through rooftop photovoltaic installations on municipal buildings. However, we do not stop here. The region of Attica is also planning the establishment of an energy observatory aiming to monitor energy efficiency, record regional energy needs, monitor energy poverty at regional and municipal levels, and track greenhouse gas mitigation and climate change adaptation. Another emblematic, allow me to say, intervention with a strong social impact is the redevelopment of the refugee apartment complexes on Alexandras Avenue. This landmark project will transform an abandoned and hazardous building complex in central Athens into a model high-energy efficiency residential complex designated for sustainable social housing. Beneficiaries will include vulnerable social groups, unemployed young people, the elderly, cancer patients from nearby hospitals, and the patients' companions. We are not simply renovating a housing complex, we are investing in dignity and social cohesion. This landmark intervention transforms a long-abandoned urban space into a hub of social housing, dignity, and opportunity for vulnerable fellow citizens, demonstrating how social policy and sustainable development can positively affect citizens' daily lives. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to thank you for choosing Attica, the Greater Athens region, the capital region of Greece, as the host location for this forum, which is being held in an iconic venue, the auditorium of the National Gallery, whose renovation was supported by our region of Attica through European funds. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to Athens. Really glad and honored to host this really important meeting. And of course, it's also meaningful, especially meaningful, that this annual meeting of the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub takes place in Athens, the historic city, the birthplace of democracy, which reminds us that fairness, participation, and social justice are fundamental values of our societies. Moreover, it's also important to outline that this year's annual conference finds again Europe at a very critical stage and phase. We have the conflict in the Middle East, and again, we not only have threats for peace and democracy, but our European countries are exposed again to a new cycle of energy crisis, and it seems like that the European Union appears to have learned not so much from the previous crisis triggered by the Russia invasion of Ukraine. For instance, yesterday, at the meeting of the European Union's Energy Council, again it became clear that there is a lack of coordination, solidarity, and above all, bold decision-making for a truly integrated European energy market. Probably you also know it. The discussion once again revived the division between North and South, most developed and less developed, rich and poor countries, and I think without any real willingness to narrow the gap. So we have to agree that this path leads nowhere. We want an energy transition that is not just a technological issue, but a political and societal issue. We need societal transformation, and we consider, indeed, that cities can play a very important role in this respect. And today, Athens continues this tradition of democracy and social justice by working actively to address energy poverty and support vulnerable households. We already have established an energy poverty alleviation office where we have mentors and counselors that identify energy poor households. We have already 1,000 identified households. 200 of them have already eliminated municipal fees, 0 municipal fees. I think this is an innovation, 0 municipal fees for households that have been identified as energy poor households. Moreover, with colleagues like energy communities, we have already one, but with additional energy communities from Greenpeace, Imperion, I can see also my colleagues here, we provide green electricity to the poorest. For instance, previous month, we announced that we have green electricity for 22 years free of charge for one parent family in Athens, and we'll continue with 2 other cases in the very near future. And of course, we have an energy benefit card for people that have great difficulties, not only energy poor people, but in general people with great difficulties, with great discounts for energy services, for systems, but also for supermarkets. So we consider that it's really important to walk the talk, and as a municipality, of course, with close cooperation with Attica region and Nikos Hardalias, we are working hard in order to secure that we will do our best to reduce social inequalities, among which the energy-related ones. And this is why we consider that hosting this meeting here highlights the important role of cities and regions that can play in ensuring that clean energy transition is not only sustainable, but has to be fair, inclusive, and accessible for everyone. So from the birthplace of democracy to the future we have to fight of a fair energy transition, the message, I think, is one: do it like Athens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this brings us at the end of the welcome speeches. We had great examples from Cyprus, from the region of Attica, and from Athens as well, which is a beautiful segue to our high-level panel, where we are also diving deeper into multi-level governance. But first, I would like to ask a big applause for these amazing, inspirational gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now we are starting our high-level panel, where we will be focusing into the inclusive solutions for a just transition, and where we will be diving deeper into what can be done at different levels of governance. I would like to invite the speakers for this panel on stage, starting with Mrs. Despiona Palaruta, Secretary-General for Energy and Mineral Resources in the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Greece. Please have a... there you are, very good, welcome. Then we have Jorge Hernandez Villarreal, who is a senior advisor at the cabinet of the Spanish State Secretary for Energy for the Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge. Jorge, welcome. Then next we have Kostas Kominos, who is the director of the Network of Sustainable Greek Islands. Kostas, big welcome. And last but not least, we have Corina Mufabenga, who is a member of the European Economic and Social Committee and the rapporteur of the Citizens' Energy Package opinion. So Corina, a warm welcome to you as well. So in this panel, we will be focusing on affordability and fairness, which are two concepts that are very high on the political agenda. And the clean energy transition, of course, can only be successful if we put citizens at the center of this clean energy transition. And energy poverty, as we all know, it is a structural, multifaceted issue that cuts across different disciplines, and it will be a very great opportunity with these amazing panelists to dive deeper into the root causes of energy poverty, and also to learn more about specific solutions at different levels of governance. But before we start engaging with our amazing panelists, we also have a video from a member of European Parliament, Mrs. Thomas Pellerin-Carlin, who unfortunately could not be with us today, but he will be saying a few words from the European Parliament, representing all European citizens. Let's start the video.
We are living through yet another oil and gas shock, and this has a direct impact on people, because the structural source of energy poverty is the inefficient use of foreign fossil fuels. The solution is therefore logical. It is to rely on the efficient use of domestic renewable energy sources. For someone who is a caretaker, someone who needs her car and is driving 50 to 100 kilometers a day to take care of others, it means shifting from a car that runs on oil to a small battery electric car that runs on domestic renewable electricity. For a single mom renting a flat that is heated by gas, the solution is for the owner of the flat to invest in building renovation and a heat pump. We need also the EU to invest. We need the EU to enable public and private investment. And this is why we propose to have an EU-wide loan of 1,000 billion euros for defense and energy, 500 billion for defense, 500 billion for energy. This will allow everybody in Europe to invest in energy efficiency, to invest in renewables. This will also allow the European Union, working with the member states and the region, to have a European social leasing scheme to make 10 million small battery electric cars accessible to European workers. It is through clean energy investment that we will eradicate energy poverty from our continent.
Sit again on these very comfortable seats. And let's start with our first question. And I actually have a question to you, Despiona, because in Greece there is a very strong national energy and climate plan with clear also energy poverty reduction targets. So I think this is really very, very important. At the same time, in the Greek national energy and climate plans, there are also very strong protection mechanisms for the energy poor people, including also social residential tariffs and also more longer-term focus on renovations. So maybe if you could share a bit more your experiences with the national implementation of this National Energy and Climate Plan, any specific challenges that you're facing in Greece, and maybe you can also say a bit more about the shorter term and longer term structural measures of the plan, and maybe you have also some lessons learned that you would like to share with the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. I represent today the Ministry of Energy and Environment, since our Minister, Mr. Papastavro, and also the Deputy Minister, Mr. Tsafos, is on the EU Ministers' Energy Council. And it's an honor to be here with you. And thank you for the question. Addressing energy poverty in Greece is a core pillar of our energy and climate policy, and is fully integrated in our national plan for energy and climate. Our approach combines targeted social protection with structural reforms that address the underlying drivers of energy vulnerability, particularly low building efficiency and households' exposure to volatile energy prices. However, I think that it's a big challenge to translating the objectives of our plans into tangible improvement for these households. And one of the main implementation challenges is ensuring that that policy ambition that we have translate into measurable improvement for households, communities, and citizens. There are several challenges that we are facing. First of all, we have infrastructure and grid capacity constraints. Greece at the moment experiences a rapid expansion of renewables, of renewable energy, especially solar energy. For the first time after 2000, during 2024, Greece became net exporter of clean energy, and at the same year, more than 55% of our electricity generation became from renewables. While this progress is very, very encouraging, at the same time, it requires significant upgrades to transmission and distribution networks, as well as advanced investments in the storage and interconnection. So without these upgrades in the grid, this grid limitation and limited connection capacity probably slow down the deployment of the projects and delay the integration of renewable energy. We have also another very big challenge that we need to face is the bureaucracy, I would say, the permitting and administrative complexity remains a very important issue. And Greece has implemented so far a substantial reforms to accelerate licensing procedures for renewable energy projects. However, we have many steps to do further for this in order to ensure that the permitting procedure will become simpler and faster and more digitalized. And at the time being, we also implementing the RED III directive, which is accelerate even more the permitting procedure. Third, we are facing funding and financing challenging, since the funding is very, very important to proceed with these investments. Achieving our targets requires substantial capital for renewable energy deployment, for energy efficiency programs, electrification, and infrastructure upgrade. Mobilizing both public and private funding investment is very, very critical, and a key role play the different funding tools we have from the European Commission, such as the Recovery and Resilience Fund and the other funds that are coming, like Decarbonization Fund, Modernization Fund, and Social Climate Fund. I would say there is also a challenge of social and regional transition. For example, we're facing a great challenge in specific regions of Greece in this green energy transition, such as Western Macedonia, where we need to support even more these areas which need economic diversification, job creation, and target development policies, so thus to ensure that the energy transition will be smooth and there will be a driver of opportunity and not a source of social disruption. Given these challenges, monitoring and governance mechanisms are particularly important, and to ensure that our plan objectives remain on track. Progress is monitored through a multi-level governance system aligned with the EU Energy Union framework. Greece regularly submits national energy and climate progress reports to the European Commission, which track development across key sectors. In addition, there are several quantitative indicators to monitor our performance. These include indicators related to renewable energy development, to emissions reductions, to energy efficiency improvements, and energy consumption patterns. Importantly, indicators related to energy affordability and building performance are also tracked in order to assess how policies affect households, particularly the vulnerable ones. Monitoring is further supported through interministerial coordination mechanisms and national monitoring systems, which allow policymakers to track implementation across sectors such as energy, housing, transport, and industry. And it helps us to assess the situation and to become proactive in order to take measures when needed. At the European level, progress is also assessed by European Commission and supported by data from agencies such as the European Environment Agency, which is also very, very important. And this system allows us to identify gaps, as I said earlier, and by this mechanism, we need to maintain policy agility while ensuring long-term regulatory stability. And this brings me to the other part of your question, how we actually combine short-term income support with long-term structural measures. And we have our strategy follows two-pillar approach. The first pillar focuses on short-term protection, immediate relief mechanism, such as the social residential tariff and heat allowances, which help shield households from sudden prices increases and ensure that access to energy remains affordable. These targeted measures proved particularly important during the recent energy price crisis, when households across Europe faced unprecedented increase in energy costs. And I think that we are at the time that we probably face something similar. So we need to learn from the past and be proactive and take such measures. However, we recognize that income support addresses the system and not the symptom, and not the root cause of energy poverty. And for this reason, the second pillar of our strategy is a long-term structural interventions that permanently reduce the energy demand. one of the most important tools that we have is the large-scale building renovation programs. And as you know, Greece has one of the oldest building stocks in Europe. I think the oldest one, if I'm not wrong. And improving energy efficiency in buildings is one of the most effective ways to address energy poverty. And at the moment, we are implementing the largest and the most comprehensive set of energy efficiency programs. The last 4 years, we have implemented 5 Execonomo programs, which funded from the Recovery and Resilience Facility with more than 2 billion euros in subsidy amount, and we're talking about more than 100,000 residence interventions. So the benefits from these programs are multiple. Households experience lower energy bills, improved living conditions, and greater protection from energy price fluctuation. At the same time, renovation programs simulate a whole ecosystem of professionals and businesses that becomes very, very active in the construction sector, the equipment producers, the equipment providers. We create jobs and we contribute to national climate targets. In parallel, Greece is also promoting renewable energy deployment, electrification, energy communities, and self-generation, which allows citizens and local communities to actively participate in the Greece transition. They become, by themselves, producers of clean energy. So we aim to ensure that the just transition is not simply a high-level narrative, but a measurable improvement in the energy performance and living conditions of Greek households. In other words, we are not just subsidizing consumption, we are investing in resilience. And at this point, I see in these people around the General Director of our Energy Department, and I have to say that they are doing a great job for energy poverty, Ms. Sita. Welcome, and we cooperate very, very closely in order to proceed with the measure, to establish the framework, and to proceed also with all these energy efficiency programs, which is very, very hard because we are understaffed, and their everyday work is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Despina, and also great to see that you are actually breaking silos as well, because I mean, of course, energy poverty is kind of like, cross-sectoral, so great to see the collaboration. And, many of the things you said resonate very well also, with the issues that, we are working on as a European Commission, for example, the need to accelerate the permitting, but also you pointed out the need for funding and financing. And there we recently published, together with the Citizens' Energy Package, also a clean energy investment strategy, where indeed what we would like to do is to make sure that we can leverage more private investments with the public money that we invest, amongst others, in energy efficiency. Thank you also for outlining your monitoring of the national energy climate plans, and I think the combination you do, with your 2 pillars, the short term and the more longer term structural measures, I think are really, very, very inspirational. So thank you for that. So now I will move on to you, Jorge, because in Spain there is also a new national strategy against energy poverty, and I understood that you have been, in the preparation of this strategy, engaging directly with citizens through so-called citizens' labs. I'm told that they took place in Barcelona and Toledo, so it would be great if you can share a bit of more experiences and lessons learned for the preparation of the Spanish national strategy on fighting energy poverty.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the team from EPAH and the energy poverty team from DG Ener. It's always a pleasure to share experience and learn from the things that are being done across Europe. Regarding the national strategy against energy poverty for 2026 to 2030, it's been quite a ride last year. As you may know, the social energy context for the last 6 years has been, a little bit tricky. The COVID pandemic, high energy prices due to the Ukraine invasion, the high inflation then. So when we were preparing the new strategy, we realized something important, that it was time to move from crisis response to long-term solutions. In other words, the new strategy needed to focus more on structural measures that increase the resilience of vulnerable households. But what do we mean with structural measures? We mean policies that address the root causes of energy poverty: inefficient housing, lack of information, barriers to access support, and insufficient data to identify vulnerable consumers. The goal is simple but ambitious: reducing energy consumption while ensuring that households can reach a minimum level of thermal comfort. But once we defined the objective, the next question was obvious: how do we get there? And even one better question: do we really know that what vulnerable consumers need? So we decided to ask them. First, we launched a public consultation process in March, and we received like 100 of contributions, which was 20% more than in 2019. Many of these contributions were quite strategic. They told us what to achieve, but not how to achieve it. So it was tricky also. But several important ideas clearly emerged. First, the need to improve comfort levels while reducing energy expenditure. Second, the importance of better measuring and characterizing energy poverty. And third, the need to continue and consolidate measures that had already started or were included in the last strategy. The second step was to consult experts. We organized 2 technical panels, one regarding data and characterization of energy poverty, and the second one of support policies, information, and social accompaniment. In addition, another panel regarding housing rehabilitation was organized in the context of the social climate plans. This discussion helped identify several priorities. First, improving the effectiveness of the already taken measures, in particular in Spain, the social electricity tariff, by reducing the non-take-up problem. Secondly, developing a nationwide network of energy advisory points to support households. Experts also emphasize the need for better data and governance, including the creation, including improvement of the already created indicators and a new energy poverty observatory. Then we wanted to hear directly from the people experiencing energy poverty. So with the support of non-profit organization, we'll organize 2 listening workshops, one in Toledo, another one in Barcelona. These sessions were extremely valuable. The participants shared their real experience and helped us understand the barriers they faced. For example, many participants explained the difficulties to access the social electricity tariff due to administrative constraints and with the companies. Then another issue arises: trust. Vulnerable consumers don't usually trust energy providers. They only trust their social workers, but they are already overloaded, which means that an additional energy-specific support mechanisms are needed regarding social workers. And then the last one was disinformation from the energy companies and from the news. 2 lessons emerged from the discussion. First, the vulnerable households need assistance to access the support that was already created. And second, they told us something very simple: they don't really care where the support comes from as long as it continues to reach them. Then another key input was the evaluation of the previous strategy that was published on September for the period 2018 to 2024, the analysis showed some interesting trends. For example, the income of the lowest income households increased significantly during this period, like 40%. Then, at the same time, electricity prices for consumers in Spain moved from around 20% above the average of the EU to around 15% below it, mostly due to the renewable grid and generation. However, the evolution of the energy poverty indicators did not fully reflect these improvements. This illustrates how complex energy poverty is. It's influenced not only by energy prices, but also housing conditions, income levels, and structural vulnerabilities. But the most important thing that this report said was that without the measures adopted during this crisis to reduce energy bills and protect consumers, the situation of vulnerable consumers would likely have been much worse. The final stage of this strategy was, with all these inputs, to redact a draft, and we present that one just after the report in the third quarter of 2025. The draft initially included 12 measures, and it was open again for pluri-hearing. The number of contributions were already up higher than in 2019, and then the new draft followed through the administrative coordination process within the Spanish government. And on the last 17th of February, we passed it through the Spanish Council of Ministers. So, the new strategy consolidates the transition towards structural policies to reduce energy poverty, and the ultimate objective is to ensure that access to affordable, safe, and sustainable energy is guaranteed for all households, because energy is not only a commodity, it is a basic condition for dignity, health, and social inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jorge. And I think it's really inspirational to see how you have in Spain identified priorities based on real direct feedback from the citizens, and also to underline the importance of trust on fighting the disinformation and the lessons you learn directly from the citizens. So really great. So now we move on to Kostas. Kostas, you have been receiving from the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub technical assistance that is supporting the Greek island municipalities. The technical assistance, I'm told, has helped to better understand the energy poverty on the Greek islands, and also had some practical advice, for example, setting up one-stop shops for advice and support. So yeah, we move now from the national to the more local level, and specifically for islands. Maybe Kostas, you could share with us a bit what are specific challenges on the Greek islands, and also, you know, since you benefited in the islands from technical assistance, can you share your experience with it? Was it helpful at all, or was it a complete waste of time? The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Rosalind. Well, the quick answer is yes, for sure. Yeah, we've been lucky to have been one of the first beneficiaries of the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub technical assistance a couple of years ago. So yeah, I'm Kostas Kominos. I come from the islands world in Greece. We have a lot of them, as you know. We are, of course, happy to have you here and host you here in Athens. But as you know, in Greece, there are several islands, and we used to consider them kind of similar or different names, and we hop on to one or to the other, but they come in different sizes, population conditions, economies, and restrictions or insularity characteristics. That was also one of the reasons of trying, let's say, to gain more knowledge when it comes to energy poverty conditions in the islands. It is a widely, let's say, unknown or underestimated condition because islands, they are used of, we know them during the summertime or, let's say, many of the people, let's say, from the urban areas, but we know that they very often struggle throughout the year. But also in summertime, especially when it comes to seasonal population. So let's say that, yeah, our main goal through the energy, through the technical assistance was to gain a very good insight in this condition of energy poverty in the islands. We actually joined our forces with 13 of our municipalities. Daphne is a local development organization working only on the islands with 55 island local authorities as shareholders. So we actually applied or co-applied with 13 of them, starting from Corfu and Lesbos with tens of thousands of inhabitants, and going down to Astypalia and Psara with 1,000 or 200 or 300 inhabitants, permanent inhabitants in Psara. So very diverse group of islands. We try to approach them with a very strong and knowledgeable support of INZEB, of the national contact point of the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub in Greece. And I see at least just behind you the background there, Rosalind. So thank you very much for the support there. So we try to understand much better the conditions of energy poverty in bigger islands where you have urban areas and you have conditions similar, let's say, to mainland urban areas. We have multi-story buildings and even existing social housing infrastructure that still they require a lot of attention, but then also going into smaller islands of really understanding how is the impact of tourism mainly in these islands, that they see their population 10 or 20 times multiplying throughout the year, especially during summertime. So the result of the technical assistance was an in-depth diagnosis of the conditions of energy poverty in these two groups of the smaller islands or the bigger islands with urban areas. I would say that one of the significant findings was in both groups. It was stronger, let's say, to the smaller islands. There was a significant lack of accessibility to knowledge and information. This differentiates a lot to urban areas or to bigger urban areas than the ones of even the big islands. There's a significant lack of specialized, let's say, technical knowledge, both on the supporting to get access, let's say, to financing. As the General Secretary mentioned, there are several programs that they are keep on coming through different funds for energy retrofitting, and also through the Social Climate Fund, focusing on energy vulnerable households. However, the islanders, regardless the smaller or the bigger islands, they have very often a lack of access or understanding of the information or support through local, let's say, advisory groups, engineers, consultants, and much more from technicians and implementation experts. Due to the high intensity of tourism activities, especially the last decade after the economy, let's say, came back to growth, let's say, figures, most of the technicians, let's say, at local level, they are focused on developing tourism infrastructure. So if you try, let's say, to find technicians or, heat and cooling, let's say, experts to work on your households, it's almost impossible. I mean, it is more possible to bring someone from Athens to work in the islands instead of finding someone locally on the island. This, as you can imagine, increases significantly the prices for energy retrofitting on the service sides, but also on the side of materials and importing equipment. We found out that it's a very limited, let's say, accessibility to technologies and infrastructure also, or procuring, let's say, or having access to equipment locally. What else? I would like also to stress the fact that when it comes to islands, we're very focused, and this is also quite acknowledged by the Commission when it comes to energy production. And so also Alejandro with us that, oversighting the Clean Energy for EU Islands initiative. So islands, they are, considered widely, let's say, as areas that they are very, good for energy production. And we try to see how this, can come in play and reduce, let's say, also the actual energy production cost on the islands from import fossil fuels. However, when it comes to energy savings and energy efficiency of the infrastructure and housing infrastructure, this is largely overseen. And the last point that I would like to stress, and yeah, we can also deep dive in a follow-up, let's say, discussion. One very significant issue is also the high cost or inability, let's say, in many cases in the islands, in the settlements of the islands, to proceed with interventions due to high restrictions in terms of traditional settlements or even cultural heritage buildings. And there we need to allocate, let's say, a lot of effort to overcome this challenge, which in many cases it differentiates from island to island, and it costs, let's say, even a lot for policy makers to address in a specific way each island complex and its community. That would be for me from now.
Thank you, Kostas, for taking us to the Greek islands and to underline also the diversity between the Greek islands. I think access to information, the skills, the materials, I think is a very important issue you underlined. And yeah, I also think it's really important that you mention the fact that we also need to make sure that still the system remains efficient as well, including on the islands. And the cultural heritage, I think, is also very, very interesting, and we can imagine that's very diverse. But I mean, I'm happy with your first start of your intervention, where you said that the technical assistance, yes, it was useful. So that is already a very, very good start here. So from the Greek islands, we go to the European Economic and Social Committee, to you, Corinne, and you have been really pioneering the opinion of the committee on the Citizens' Energy Package. We are really happy that the package is out, but we are really curious to also hear from you whether you and the European Economic and Social Committee is happy with what you've read in the Citizens' Energy Package.
Thank you, Rosalinda, and thank you to the organizers for having me here. Just a brief mention of who we are, because we are a less known European institution, but of no low importance, I would say. We represent the trade unions, the business associations, and the civil society organizations of Europe. We comprise 329 members from all member states, and we are an advisory institution to the Council, the Parliament, and the Commission. And we're asked whenever a piece of legislation is tabled for an opinion, and sometimes we're also asked for so-called exploratory opinions. When one of the legislative institutions wants to draft something, we are being asked to come up with a consensual view of European civil society, from businesses to trade unions to NGOs, on what that piece of legislation should be about. So that's how the Commission came to us, to ask for an exploratory opinion of what should be in the Citizens' Energy Package and how it should look like. And I was designated rapporteur for this opinion. And I think that some of the things that we saw that we put in our opinion are definitely somehow being taken up in the package, but obviously there's still a lot of work ahead. So in a nutshell, in our opinion, we're calling for real guarantees that we're calling for the Citizens' Energy Package to give real guarantees that citizens are at the center of the energy transition. Because I think we can all admit in this room that citizens have been mentioned as being in the center of the energy transition for the past 30 years in Europe, but we are not really seeing that. And we have asked for clear guarantees in the package that this will be the case. We have made, very ambitious asks, for instance, and I think it was great that those asks were not coming just from civil society organizations, but from businesses and from trade unions as well, for citizen energy communities to be given a strategic position within the package. And I think that's something that we saw, definitely. They are being put at the center of the package, and that's encouraging. But at the same time, a lot of the technical aspects that we called for, such as, for instance, a clear definition of energy sharing, clear, for instance, regulatory sandboxes that to be mentioned in the package to enable a genuine functioning of energy communities, they are not yet there. There's also no dedicated funding in the package for energy communities, which is a pity. We have called for either MFF budget or EIB facility to support energy communities, and we didn't see any of that in the package. I do think that the Commission, and I hope that the Commission and the Parliament are working on this through the various funding dossiers that are being now negotiated in Brussels, like the Competitiveness Fund or even the new MFF, to make sure that this new business model really takes up. For instance, we were positively surprised because, in our opinion, we made a very strong ask. Frankly speaking, I am surprised that both businesses, trade unions, and civil society organizations came to that unified perspective, namely that there should be an EU-wide ban on disconnections for vulnerable consumers. And we did not see that in the package. We knew that this would be very ambitious as an ask from the Commission, but we saw a chapter on disconnections and very promising points that the Commission wants to do on disconnections in the future. I think also in energy communities, a lot of the ball, as you said, Rosalinda, at the beginning of your intervention, this is just the beginning, and I think there's a lot of homework that you guys have taken up for yourselves as Commission for 2026 and 2027, and that's encouraging, but let's just make sure that, and I think civil society like us, ESC, is there also to keep an eye on the pupils, whether they're doing their homework, right? Because, for instance, you said that in 2027 you will deliver this technical regulation on interoperability and data sharing within energy communities. Great, but citizens' energy package is something that we've been waiting for a long time, and it's not there yet. And also something else that we see in the package, for instance, and I know it is so because of subsidiarity, obviously, but a lot of things are being put to member states. We kindly ask member states to lower energy tariff, to lower tariffs like VAT and excise and so on. And I'm glad that the Cypriot presidency is here in the room because, for instance, the Energy Taxation Directive is a dossier that presidencies of the Council should have taken up a long time ago. And maybe the Commission should not seize its level of ambition on the Energy Taxation Directive either, because that's an EU-wide instrument in which we can actually work on the taxes of the energy bills, not just simply be at the mercy and goodwill of member states to act or not on it. So, I know it was not on the agenda of the Cypriot presidency, but perhaps, Cypriot colleagues, you can pass this over to the Irish and to the Lithuanians that this needs to be taken up. The Commission keeps saying about taxes, and then, something that there's a broken thing there, right? So that's one element. I mean, on energy poverty, and with this I conclude, it's great that it is so central to the package. It's great that these fora are being organized and supported by the Commission, and it's great that, for instance, technical exchange mechanisms, technical assistance mechanisms, exchanges of good practices such as this panel and the whole conference are being supported by the Commission and will be supported, including through the life commitments for funding that you make in the package. But I do think that and this is a personal opinion, it's not something that necessarily we've been discussing, because the package is also very recent, but there needs to be more from the Commission on energy poverty, not just technical exchanges, not just knowledge sharing. We would have expected, and that's what we called in the package, we would have expected for a clear, unified definition on energy poverty that's more precise than what we have at the table, that all member states need to apply, and also for a data-driven mechanism to really detect vulnerable consumers and support them directly based on evidence and data, because there's great practice in Spain, there's great practice in Greece, but let's be frank, it's not the case everywhere. And in most places, what has happened with the various energy price crises, we've seen just regulated end user prices, which are not a direct mechanism to support vulnerable consumers. So I think that the framework is already coming up from bottom-up initiatives, like we've seen here in different member states, but the Commission needs to put it together and to really push it then from the top to the bottom to make sure that it's taken up in all member states. So all in all, we're happy it's here. We're making efforts to engage with the Parliament as well, to make sure that the Parliament also has it on their agenda, either, I don't know, resolution or some event, or maybe, even amendments through some other pieces of legislation that are up and coming, and that's great. That's a great point. Just one last point. I think that, and I know that you in the Commission you also have different silos and DGs and sections and subsections and so on. And I think it is very important to look at the energy poverty topic in all the dossiers that are being put together in different corners of the Commission. We are now heavily debating in the committee, for instance, the grids package. Because within the grids package, I'm not sure how many of you have had a chance to read the 290 pages of the package, but deep within a page, there is this very interesting thing which I think would be, and which has been called in our Citizens Energy Package opinion as European Economic and Social Committee, namely that when there's a private developer of a renewable energy project coming up and developing a project, a part of the shares in that project should be given to local communities because that creates the benefit sharing mechanism. And it's not in the package, I saw, but I saw that you guys put it in the grids a proposal for regulation, and that's great. I think it's the 10 megawatt threshold that's being put out there. So just a message from us to you, perhaps stick to these ambitious proposals that you are putting in here and there in different packages. Even if the Citizens Energy Package is just a communication, it doesn't have legislative value and so on, but there are so many other pieces of legislation that you're working now on, and where there's going to be comitology, negotiations and so on, and where your level of ambition to start with needs to be upheld throughout the process, because there are many adverse incentives that call into question that level of ambition, and it shouldn't be the case, because we do want this energy market to deliver for citizens and to have citizens at the core of what it is and what it does. Yeah, that would be my point.
Thank you very much, Corina, for these really very clear messages from you. And I mean, as I said in the beginning, we published the Citizens Energy Package communication. This is just the first step. There will be an implementation package coming up addressing some of the issues you mentioned as well. But this is really just the beginning. And as I said, I really would hope that these 2 days would really help us to identify, where do you see gaps? And thank you for pointing out several of them. I see that the colleagues have taken very, very good note. I invite all of you, please help us identify gaps. Where do you want to see more? I mean, taxation is a very important issue you mentioned. You also pointed out the current also legal limitations with subsidiarity and unanimity voting in the council, but still very, very important. And also, your call on mainstreaming energy poverty also, in other files, I think is a really very important one. So thank you very much for that. I'm also very much aware that I'm also supposed to monitor the time, and I'm looking at Jorge's watch, who is more clear than mine. Aha, okay, so that gives us a bit less than what I was hoping for. So I have still a question, but I also prepared a Slido because I see some of you really thinking like, when is this coffee break starting? So let's do a very quick poll. I'm going to ask who wants to go on for a bit longer than this session and then also do a Slido, or who wants to just stick to the timing and go to the coffee break in 5 minutes. So who wants to stay longer here and do a Slido? Yes. Who wants coffee at the promised time? Oh, I'm actually not entirely sure which is the... I was expecting a bit of a... I think you guys want Slido, right? Yeah, okay. Let's do a very quick Slido then, and I may need also Jeppe here to help me because I'm not very technical, but I'm told that I just have to press a button somewhere here. You can do it for me? So take out your phones for the ones who were not... Oh, look at that. Excellent. I think you need to scan and then answer this question, what you think are the greatest challenges. And while you guys are all, like waking up and typing away on Slido, I'm going to ask the exact same question. No cheating here, my dear panelists. Keep looking into the room. So I'm going to ask you the same question. You don't know what don't look what's happening behind you, because you can only look afterwards. So I will start with you, Jorge. Very simple question. What is the greatest challenge for addressing energy poverty?
For us is data protection, to identify vulnerable consumers.
Same for us. I mean, it's difficult to identify who is eligible and who can be characterized as a vulnerable household. And I get back to one point that you mentioned, that we had a difficulty when we actually go through the Social Climate Fund framework, because we couldn't understand the definition of energy poverty. So we tried to put our specs and characteristics in order to understand who is eligible and who is not. And also, this will be dynamic. So we also need to establish a specific mechanism in order every year, annually, to understand who can be characterized as energy vulnerable, energy poor household, and who is not.
Excellent. Kostas, don't cheat. What is the greatest challenge, according to you?
Yeah, I may take it a step even further in the complication of the definition of energy poverty. But in our case, in the islands, a very significant issue is actually the seasonal energy poverty, and for seasonal actually inhabitants, because also in our work in the technical assistance we focused on permanent population, but what we see the last years, it is like significant issues for people that they come to work in the islands and they don't find actually households to stay, affordable housing, even for civil servants throughout the winter period, let's say, but also for employees and season employees in summertime. So seasonal energy poverty and affordable housing, it is a very significant issue for the island. So yeah.
Thank you. Corina.
I like how concrete the panelists that work day to day on this have been, so please allow me to be less concrete and more philosophical. I think the main challenge deals with the fact that this is an intersectional, super complex topic, and our world is not used to dealing with problems like this. We have economic policy here, social policy here, energy policy here, policy regarding buildings and local development here, and all of a sudden, with this new energy poverty concept, people that have never worked together are being asked not only to work together, but to perform together, to outperform, to meet targets and so on. And it's not easy. I mean, let's face it, it's not easy in any local city hall, let alone at national level and at European level, Commission level, and so on. So it's a difficult one.
Great. I think, all your challenges were indeed very clear challenges. Let's have a look at what our audience has identified as the greatest challenge. And I think here financing, funding, and trust are the three top issues identified by our audience. But I think indeed we have plenty of challenges. Maybe to conclude this panel, and also for the ones who raised their hand when they said, we want a coffee break, maybe a last question now to the great panel. And that is, the question is, okay, we know the challenges. Which measures, according to you, should now be prioritized? And maybe, Corina, I can start with you and then work the way to the panel this way.
I think, for instance, within the package, the Commission has put for the first time on the table three very clear figures, financial figures. What are the benefits for a household if they change the supplier? What are the benefits if they become prosumers? What are the benefits if they become energy communities? The benefits are net positive. So then, if the benefits are net positive, then how do we make households change suppliers more often? How do they encourage them to become prosumers, financing mechanisms, etc.? How do we unlock this bottleneck of energy communities? But it's clear that if citizens take the energy in their own hands, then they are empowered and they get financial benefits. So, this is the focus. More, I would say, than any other, bigger structural matter which we see it's so difficult to touch, like taxation and so on. These three issues: prosumers, energy communities, switching the supplier.
Yes, from my side, yeah. As you have understood, we have already gain some good knowledge out of the work already carried out with technical assistance. Our next goal currently is to establish one-stop shops, actually virtual one-stop shop for the small islands, considering the fact that establishing, let's say, offices in every small island is very difficult, and support bigger islands of actually establishing their own one-stop shops locally. However, on top of that, and acknowledging the fact that the local level and the municipalities, the local authorities, they have a very strong role to play into tackling energy poverty or understanding better energy poverty or having access, let's say, to the local citizens. We consider their role pivotal, and especially for the islands, what we are working towards is actually establishing energy communities with the participation of local authorities that can actually offer assets. Well, in the islands, we have the privilege, let's say, of having also the resources there and being able, let's say, to contribute, chip in, let's say, with some, energy production and balance, let's say, the energy and balance the energy from the energy poor households. So actually creating these more collective schemes of local authorities with citizens, with energy poor households, or even SMEs and businesses on the islands, that collectively we can actually reduce the bills in that case. So this is our next goal, and we aim, let's say, to exploit also possibilities with the Social Climate Fund that we expect to come in play in the next period.
Okay, I think that since it's always about money, we had the same comment when we saw your answer. Of course, we have a new funding instrument. We have the Social Climate Fund, but still, is not the amount of money is not as much as we had the previous years from RRF, for example. So there is a challenge here when we do not have so much money to spend for interventions to establish different mechanisms in order to proceed with energy efficiency programs. One of them is on bill financing, for example, where people can pay the renovations through their bills, the energy bills, or some other mechanisms such as white certificates, which is a very good practice in Europe, and still in Greece we are not there. But we're working on that at the time being, and we feel that we will establish other mechanisms that allow people to proceed with such interventions. And another thing is that we need to have an open dialogue with the local communities and the islands and the different areas, because they have different needs. And when they don't know the programs, the legal frameworks, they need to be informed, they need to be one of the stakeholders that we have on the table in order to proceed with a very fruitful dialogues, and after that, to come up with the best approaches in our, let's say, programs, in our legal frameworks, in our reforms, in everything. So we need their opinion because they need better than us their needs. So we have to put them on the table.
Okay, for me there are two issues here. One is energy efficiency and households. They are inefficient, so we need to address that issue. We're trying with the certificates, for the social certificates in Spain. We pass a public hearing which is, I think, finished today or tomorrow. And I think we are gonna try to address that issue there, but financing the improvements in energy efficiency is our biggest issue. With the social fund, we will have a little bit more financing, but there are too many vulnerable consumers and there are too inefficient households from the 60s, 70s in Spain, and we need to address that issue.
Excellent. I mean, I think this has been very, very inspiring and also very great identification of what we should prioritize next. I know there are many questions in the audience, but I hope you can all stay for the coffee. So I would suggest, grab your favorite panelists and ask your question during the coffee break. But for now, I would like to invite a very, 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 the loudest applause of the day for this amazing panel. Thank you so much.
Hello again. We are going to resume the conference. First of all, some practicalities. We will now have a session on national observatories, and then we will stop for the lunch break, and then the afternoon session. We are going to have dinner together at the Central Athens Hotel at 7. And remember that tomorrow, the venue of the conference is not here, but at the Stratos Hotel. So just to remember that we need to be some logistics to take into account. Okay, so we continue with the session now on energy poverty observatories, and then let me introduce Alice Korobesi, which is the Managing Director of INZEB and Project Manager of the Energy Poverty Nexus project, which is a live program project. Alice.
Thank you, and welcome to Athens, to my city. I hope you are enjoying so far the city and the conference. So as Marta said, we are now going to discuss about how national energy poverty observatories can support both local and national governments. And before inviting the 5 speakers, a great panel that we have for this session, I would just want to highlight in 1 minute, less than 1 minute, the key objectives of this session. Through the discussion, we will try to identify how observatories can provide operational value to local and national authorities and enabling data-driven targeting, coordination, and feedback across the loops, across the governance levels, to critically examine how observatories can move beyond monitoring functions and become structurally embedded governance mechanisms that inform national planning, to showcase that institutional anchoring, legal mandate, and methodological coherence determine the policy influence and long-term sustainability of observatories, and of course to critically examine how observatories can move beyond monitoring functions and become structurally embedded governance mechanisms that inform national planning cycles. With that, I would like to invite our 5 panelists, all members or experts in observatories. So first, I would like to invite Diogo Destero, Senior Officer from the Portuguese Directorate-General for Energy and Geology. Hello, Diogo, welcome. Next, it's Georgi Glau, President of the Romanian Observatory, Center for the Study of Democracy Association. Welcome, George. Welcome, please. Next, it's Caroline Neff-Four, Director, Austrian Observatory, Energy Poverty Office. Hello, Caroline, welcome. Welcome. The Dutch Observatory now, René Helekens, the consultant at the Dutch Observatory. Welcome, René. And last but not least, our Greek Energy Poverty Observatory, Christos Troukolias, energy expert. Welcome, Christos. And I will now take my seat here to start the discussion. Again, thank you very, very much for being here today. I hope I'm going to have a very fruitful discussion. It's getting mainstream, discussing about observatories. Many have been established, many are under development. Many countries are thinking of developing energy poverty observatories. So we would like to hear from your side, your experience in general. You have different experiences, different mandates. You started in different years. So it will be good to understand the context and the content of your country. I will start with Diogo. So Diogo, Portugal chose to formally mandate a National Energy Poverty Observatory within its long-term strategy, correct? Embedding it directly within ministerial structures and linking it to national planning cycles. From a political and governance perspective, since you are working at the ministry, correct? What was important to institutionalize the observatory rather than rely on ad hoc monitoring? What added value does a formal mandate bring to policymakers in your country?
Thank you, Alice. So ad hoc monitoring, or the proceduring of ad hoc monitoring, can have several advantages when done right. For example, it gives more flexibility in case something unpredictable happens, or sometimes it's also easier to set up as compared with a full institution like the observatory. However, and I'm going to talk in the context of the Portuguese case, but I think that this is true overall, there are many advantages that I think overshadow the advantages of ad hoc monitoring for establishing national observatories. So the first, and I'm going to give you 3 reasons why I think that the observatory, the National Observatory of Portugal, was fundamental in order to tackle energy poverty in the country. So the first reason is because the context in which the observatory was born was alongside the long-term strategy for tackling energy poverty back in 2024. So when the strategy was created, it soon became very apparent that an observatory would be required to go alongside with it. It's a very complex and ambitious strategy that has 4 different axes of action. So we're talking about, we can say that there are 4 objectives, so to speak. So promoting energy and environmental sustainability in housing, promoting universal access to essential energy services, promoting integral territorial action, as well as promoting knowledge and informed action. Now, in order to guide the strategy forward, one of the core responsibilities of the observatory is actually to write the action plans. The first action plan was actually mobilized last year, and it pertains to the period of 2025 to 2030. The action plan counts with 60 instruments of action, we can call them policies or programs, that are distributed alongside the 4 axes that I talked about. So since we have 60 instruments of action and they are very different from each other, we're talking about a wide range of programs here. Some of them actually target the vulnerable consumers of energy directly, whereas others are more about trying to prepare professional workers for the future, like for example, for identifying households that are in danger of energy poverty. And still others are more about monitoring the situation as a whole. So because it's such a complex and ambitious process, an observatory is required to guide the strategy in the correct direction and ensure that it doesn't lose focus. That's the first reason why I think that the observatory is essential. The second reason has to do with the structure of the observatory itself. We have to ensure that the stakeholders, so everyone who's going to be involved in the fight against energy poverty, feels heard and that they have contributions to give us. So the structure of the observatory guarantees that this is the case. For starters, we have the management unit, which is presided over by the Directorate-General of Energy and Geology, which I work for, as well as receiving technical and operational support from ADEN, Agency for Energy. And thanks to the management unit, we can easily have a bridge between the 2 institutions. So we're talking about a public body and a private entity. But thanks to the management unit, we can have this bridge, this coordination between the two entities. Then we have the Strategic Commission, which is made up of representatives from several different areas of government. So we're talking about such areas as energy, housing, economy, social security, education, territorial cohesion, and finance. And all of these areas have a stake in the fight against energy poverty. And as well, we also have in the Strategic Commission the coordinator of another very important strategy in Portugal, which is the National Strategy for Tackling Poverty, which works sort of in tandem and has similar goals with the energy poverty strategy. So by having all of these stakeholders in the same commission, we are ensuring that all key areas of government feel heard and that their concerns are going to be applied to whatever policies we then propose. Finally, we have the advisory committee where several different key figures from civil society are represented. So this is going to ensure that we have both sectorial and territorial representation and that individuals and institutions that have warranted merit from different key sectors are going to be represented in this committee. So the third and final reason why I think that the observatory is fundamental is because of data. Now, in the last panel, I noticed that when we did the Slido questions about what the main challenge was for tackling energy poverty, a lot of people, and that includes myself, talked about data, or we said some variant about data. I do believe that data is king. Now, energy poverty as a concept is a very recent phenomenon, or rather, it's not a recent phenomenon, but the concept itself, the definition, is very recent. If memory serves me, it was enshrined in the European Directive for Energy Efficiency with the revision of 2023, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a very recent definition, and the data is kind of scarce. And the data sources tend to be fragmented. For example, in Portugal, a lot of the statistics that we have come from the National Institute of Statistics. But as well, there are some other data sources that can be important to know. And so by having the observatory, we guarantee that all of these data sources are coalesced into a single institution. And this is proven by the fact that if you go to the main webpage of our observatory, you can see that all of the relevant documents, all of the relevant data is there. And you can visualize that data through two different programs. The first is a map that shows, it's a map of Portugal, that shows by region, which region is more affected by energy poverty. And here we can see that energy poverty in Portugal is a very localized phenomenon. We're talking about especially in the north and a bit in the center, and especially in the countryside, where summers tend to be very hot, and so the need for cooling houses is very important. As well, there's also a bar graph, which, as you know, we use the data to build indicators, and those indicators are very important because they are what's going to allow us to propose public policy, which is one of the key roles of the observatory, of course. That's enshrined in the creation charter of the observatory. So the fact that we have these indicators in a bar graph, and some of the data goes back to the year of 2012 even, shows that we already have a place where we can show all of this data, and it can be transparent to not only the government, to whom we're going to propose public policy, but also to independent researchers and the public in general, so increasing transparency, while at the same time increasing also the trust in the institutions, which is very important in a democracy. So it's for all of these reasons that I believe that the observatory is fundamental and has been having a fundamental role despite only being 2 years old in the Portuguese fight against energy poverty. Just last year, in December actually, we actually had an award which is called the LIGAR Award. LIGAR means to connect in English. And this already shows that the observatory, despite being so young, has already been able to host these sorts of initiatives. So what this award is a prize money. In its first iteration, it was a 20,000 euro prize money to fund a project that's aligned, a researcher project, I should add, that's aligned with the goals of the long-term strategy for tackling energy poverty. The project that won is called Campaign 2025-2026, and it has a very interesting and ambitious project, which is to rebuild households during the summer season throughout Portugal. So basically, they identify households that are in danger of energy poverty, and then they go to that place, a team of specialists goes to that place, and they make sure to rebuild those households in order to fit with current standards that allow it to resist energy poverty. So it's a very interesting project, and I hope that we're going to have more initiatives and more iterations of this project in the future. And so I believe that the observatory has been key in the fight against energy poverty in Portugal, and the future looks very promising, and we're going to continue fighting the good fight.
Thank you so much, Diogo, for this first round of interaction. In the meanwhile, and before proceed to Christos, I would like and I invite you to scan the QR code, if it can be shown in the screen. This is a QR code that you can use for Slido, and there place your questions. Here is it. You can scan it. You can place your questions that we will discuss at the end of this panel discussion. It may be there visible, so please write your questions or upvote the ones that you find interesting. I'm keeping the discussion here in the south, in our country, with Christos Troukolias representing the Greek Observatory. So Christos, Greece has integrated energy poverty monitoring into its national energy and climate plan and, in general, the national strategy that we have. Can you please share with us what institutional mechanisms ensure that our observatory here in our country and the findings are formally integrated into planning, instruments, and funding decisions, which is very important, rather than remaining just analytical outputs?
Thank you, Alice, for the question. Yes, as you know, we have a long history in the study of energy poverty. We started in 2012. As CRES, we decided to develop the Energy Poverty Observatory mainly in order to quantify the impacts of the economic recession. We participate in the project for the European Observatory, and all this analysis and the useful insight that we derived, the clear evidence about the origins of the energy poverty, we resulted that we wanted a coherent and targeted strategy. So after a few years within the framework of the National Energy Climate Plan, the draft one in 2018 and the final one in 2019, we decided to specify energy poverty reduction target and ambition one, let's say, 50% to reduce energy poverty in 2025 compared to 2016 and 75% in 2030 compared to 2016. After the National Energy Climate Plan, we drafted an action plan, a detailed one, in order to specialize all the enabling conditions to define energy poverty, to see the policies and the measures which are required in order to achieve the targets. Within this action plan, we have foreseen the operation of a monitoring and control mechanism where the Energy Poverty Observatory has, let's say, a fundamental role. Because what we try in Greece is to have a simultaneously top-down and bottom-up monitoring. Yes, the top-down monitoring can be achieved through the energy poverty indicators, but actually we want to, let's say, assess the effectiveness of the policies and the measures. So we have to make this policy evaluation and to have, let's say, the outcomes of them. So in this way, due to the fact that we have, let's say, an energy poverty reduction target within the framework of the overall energy policy, so we ensure, let's say, this interaction between them. When we started this, let's say, monitoring control mechanism, we decided the working team for monitoring the progress of the National Energy Climate Plan to undertake the administration of this working team. So this working team supports the interministerial committee, which is responsible for drafting our National Energy Climate Plan. So this team was responsible to monitor the progress of all the policies and the measures which targeted to the alleviation of energy poverty. In the meantime, we realized that we had to make technical discussions, and for this reason we decided to establish an additional working team inside the working team for monitoring the progress of the NECP. Now I am the president in the general, this working team. The energy poverty technical team, because we wanted a specific technical background in order to make this, let's say, policy evaluation. According to the revised action plan, this energy poverty technical team is responsible for the coordination of this mechanism and has as the main duty to assess the measures, to see the potential deviations from the target, to see and to assess the effectiveness of the measures, to propose to the committee additional measures or improvements in the existing one. Moreover, all the monitoring is done through the Energy Poverty Observatory, which was, let's say, updated and revised it radically in order to comply with the new provisions. And moreover, the Energy Poverty Observatory is responsible for the production of the annual report, which will be given to this energy poverty technical team in order to assess the measures and to make, let's say, the proposals to the committees for the National Energy Climate Plan. So all this framework ensures that the outcomes of these, let's say, evaluations, and I insist, our intention is not only to monitor top-down. Yes, we have definition, we quantify additional, but the real challenge and the real outcome of these policies is to assess their effectiveness and to see if the current policies and measures are sufficient in order to achieve the target. So for this reason, we have, let's say, the bottom-up monitoring. And moreover, it is, let's say, easier, we will see, to have, let's say, the data collection, let's say, mechanism which is needed in order to collect all this information. So this was our approach. So actually the Energy Poverty Observatory facilitate, let's say, the policy visibility of all the attempts that we're trying to, let's say, perform in Greece in order to combat energy poverty.
Excellent, thank you, Christos. And let's proceed now to Caroline, Austria. Caroline, monitoring is not effective only if it informs real policy adjustments. I hope you agree with that. But I would like to ask you if you can provide an example of how the observatory in Austria, the findings of the observatory, have directly influenced the national program, targeting mechanism, or climate policy decision. And if you can also explain what made that link operationally possible. In the meanwhile, please keep posting your questions on Slido. So please, Caroline.
To start off, I would like to mention that the Austrian Coordination Office does more than monitor. We have, in the Energy Efficiency Act, legally defined tasks, and that also include fostering cooperation and networking, the support of energy companies, and much more. That being said, I brought two examples today. The first example is a composite indicator on energy poverty that we recently developed with the Austrian Statistics Institute. In the last, I would say, 20 years, whenever we talked about energy poverty, we only talked about the EU-SILC indicator about people who cannot keep their house warm. And this new composite indicator now includes 4 facets. The ability to keep the house warm, energy debt, building deficiencies, and very high energy costs with people that have low income at the same time. And I think that shows a more holistic view of what energy poverty really is. And the outcome of this study and development was that we saw in Austria currently there's 12.5% of the population affected by energy poverty. And I think this new number was a bit of a shock for Austria, but it helped us raise awareness, and it also influenced a lot of policy decisions that came after that. Around the same time, we had a study with the Austrian Energy Agency looking at how Austria is doing fulfilling the energy saving targets. And I have to say the progress is very limited, and those two things combined, I think led to the fact that right now that Austria is under very strong budgetary restrictions. All the programs in the area of energy poverty so far have not been cut and are very likely to be continued. And the second example that I brought is a social electricity tariff that will be in place starting in April throughout all Austria and all energy suppliers. And in the run-up to the policy developments, we commissioned a study looking at different models of possible tariffs, benefits, costs also, and the mechanisms how they should be implemented to really reach vulnerable households. And I have to say, in Austria, the group of beneficiaries was very contested, and also the design of the entire tariff. Also, due to budgetary reasons, the group should have been kept very small, and it would have excluded working poor, it would have excluded students with low, at the risk of poverty, and also people that are currently looking for work. So, yeah, it was very limited, and I think the study influenced the entire discussions, and at the same time also with a bit of a public pressure, this tariff was at the end changed, the group was expanded, and I think also the mechanism is really best practice. The households don't have to do anything and will receive it automatically. So I think that were the two things that really influenced it. And to answer the last question of how this was operationally possible, I think that goes back to our task from cooperation and networking. Everything we do, be it a study, an event, the monitoring system that we implemented, we don't do it by our own. We have a commission, and we include the most relevant actors. For example, when setting up the new composite indicator, we had a working group that included 4 ministries, the Chamber of Labor, Energy Agency, E-Control, everything that we think is relevant. So, and this secures a joint opinion-building process, and at the end, everyone that was in the working group supports the results.
Thank you, Caroline, for bringing these examples from Austria. And let's move to George in Romania now. George, producing high-quality evidence is one thing, as we all know, but translating it into policy change is something else. It's a different approach. Can you share an example where your analytical work that you are doing with the observatory in Romania work directly shaped a national measure or a public debate, and what factors made that policy uptake possible?
Yes, thank you for the question and for the opportunity. I can actually name more than one, which is good. So I'll put a more optimistic spin when presenting our activity. First of all, just as a matter of context, so the Romanian Energy Poverty Observatory is not a formal entity that belongs or has been embedded in any entity of the state, a state institution as such. So we are a team of researchers from the Babeș-Bolyai University. We also work through our NGO, which is the Center for the Study of Democracy, a think tank affiliated to the university. And within this institutional setup, let's say, we set up the observatory basically to capitalize on the work that we have been doing on energy poverty for the past 10 years. And I'm co-president, let's say, of the observatory together with my colleague Anca Sinea. Corina, you have seen in the previous panel, also has quite a strong involvement there. And I think it's worth saying that whatever positive things I might say about the Romanian experience is a direct outcome of many of the exchanges that we had with people in this room throughout the years. As you might know, in Romania, we still have a cap on prices, which has been put in place basically since the crisis of energy prices has begun in the fall of 2021, even before the outburst of the war in Ukraine, in the context of the pandemic at the time. Last year in summer, the government has lifted the cap price on electricity, but we still have one on natural gas, which is an issue with the Commission as well. The positive thing about all this is that it has created a lot of discussion about energy policy. I would say this is a fundamental ingredient of our work, is the fact that we need to be extremely patient. And also we have to take up whatever bit of context we can take advantage of. Let me point to two aspects of our work that we have been trying to engage with people inside the government. And I think we were fairly successful until now in pushing forward. The first one is a governance dimension. We have been working with people from the Ministry of Labor, which deals with social protection, welfare. So naturally, the issue of poverty in relation to energy issues has been traditionally located there, I'd say, for about 20 years now, basically because they are the ones providing heating benefits. But a bit more recently, I'd say since the pandemic, the Ministry of Energy has taken up an increasingly more active role. So our goal was basically to bring these ministries together. Now you might already ask yourselves, so we from a university in Cluj have to work with people from the government, from ministries. We know how ministries function everywhere in the democratic world, so not always in a very smooth way. So this was quite a challenge. We managed eventually to slowly push for the creation of an interministerial committee that deals with energy poverty and vulnerable consumers. So we take a lot of joy in the fact that at the level of the national government, there is an entity that deals directly with vulnerable energy consumers and energy poverty. This is the exact title. And it has been formally set up in the summer, in August, I think, 2024. And it was inside this committee that we then pushed for discussion, so whatever discussion was supposed to happen on designing new energy policy that would take us through the lifting of price caps so that we end up with policies that actually benefit from the participation of all ministries, and that gradually we actually build this culture of dialogue across ministries. So once the committee has been set up, there were several meetings, about 5 meetings, until now, the last one being last month, in which we have managed to push for, let's say, a principle. Last year, when the cap on electricity prices was lifted, we managed to successfully push for a mechanism which sounds a lot like the Austrian experience, in which vulnerable consumers would be automatically identified by the state, so that we remove this process of application, which obviously leads to heavier bureaucracy. I think many countries are familiar with such a process. And also leaves many of the households that would be entitled, let's say, or are in the conditions to receive formal help to overcome their state of energy poverty or to overcome their vulnerability state, to receive support. Also, we have managed to bring a little bit more, let's say, a digital dimension to the discussion, because a platform has been set up at the level of the government, in which the only thing that a household has to do is to register based on the consumer number, let's say, for their that they have in connection with their electricity provider. And then the state sets up an infrastructure of various entities that, let's say, scan those who are registered officially in the platform and decide who gets the benefits that are set up specifically to support paying for electricity bills. So that has happened last year. This mechanism is in place since July 1st last year. And last month, there was a discussion about lifting the gas capped price. But eventually, this hasn't really happened because of some political issues that we don't have time for now. But essentially, we take a lot of pride in the fact that we managed to push for the creation of this digital solution that is by far not perfect, so there's still a lot of work to be done around it. And also to build mechanisms that help, especially those with less access to the internet and less knowledgeable of interacting with such platforms, to be on that platform and be part of this mechanism. I have to say that, you know, in the back of my mind, although I'm not stating it publicly, we're among us now, so I can say it here. We have this idea of a right to energy, which I know is in the minds of many people in this room. Obviously, there's a lot of debate around how it should look like in practice, the shape it might take. But the way I see it, or the way we try to push it, is for the right to be protected from energy poverty, especially in the context of crisis like the one we are witnessing again these days, and the one that has been basically, it's an ongoing crisis for a few years now, when all of a sudden we are faced with a very dynamic situation in which many households who are outside the usual pool of households that are affected in normal times, whatever normal times are, by energy poverty. So those households that enter this state when a crisis starts, obviously outside their control, can be protected by some kind of state scheme that can react quite quickly. So this is what we are trying to enact through these very small steps. So to conclude, it's a matter of, as I said, patience, taking advantage of context and being perseverant, because as you know, especially since we are not part of the government, of state institutions as such, you need to catch the eye of whatever friendly person you can find at the level of these ministries. Fortunately, there are a few that we can work with. And also, you know, be hopeful that those people do not leave their institutions when the next elections happen. Unfortunately, as we all know, these are very personalized relations that you have to build and which take a lot of time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Very useful. And now let's go to the newest observatory in this panel. So, René, the Netherlands established its observatory recently. So I would like to tell us and share with us what triggered actually the decision to institutionalize an observatory at this point.
Well, what triggered it? That's a good question. I think we triggered it in a way. The thing is, energy poverty was a difficult term in the Netherlands for quite a while, because it was energy, which was the Ministry of Climate Change and Green Growth, and it had poverty in it, which was the Ministry of Social Affairs, and then we were talking mainly about improving houses, which was the Ministry of Housing. So it was a very difficult term, and it all came to fruition when the Ukraine crisis started. Never waste a good crisis, I say. But what happened there was that energy poverty became an issue, and we set up a 3-year research program with our partner within the National Energy Poverty Observatory, TNO. It's Kuhn, he's sitting over there, and he did quite a bit of research in the last 3 years on energy poverty and the results of the policies that we have in place in the Netherlands on energy poverty itself. So what triggered it? This research program came to an end last year, so we had to do something else, and we thought we'd set up an observatory like surrounding countries do. The thing is, if we talk with our target group, the energy poor themselves, observatory is a difficult word because they don't want to be observed. So we've got the National Energy Poverty Observatory, and we use the abbreviation NEO. So the word observatory we don't use too much because, well, for obvious reasons. And right now, we've got this assignment from 3 different ministries: the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Climate and Green Growth, and the Ministry of Social Affairs, who are our steering committee as well. So that works really well. And I think what triggered it is that what happened with the Ukraine crisis is that the issue of energy poverty, it exploded. And all different programs and all different companies and NGOs started working on energy poverty. And it became very confusing for municipalities who to go with, what strategy to follow. And now setting up the observatory, we want to condense this and have all these different organizations, we encompass them in our NEO, so that we have one strategy that's clear for municipalities and other and provinces and such. This is the way that we are going to work on energy poverty. The other thing that we do, and that we still work with TNO and our Central Bureau of Statistics, is actually using the data that we have, and we have a lot of data, microdata in the Netherlands, and so we follow the issue of energy poverty. So how many people are energy poor, what kind of people are energy poor, because we look at gender, we look at children, we look at all sorts of aspects that are important in targeting energy poverty, because it's not a general issue, it's usually quite specific of different types of energy poverty, how you are going to address those. And that's what we're trying to work on within NEO. The way we're doing that, and that's might be interesting as well, is that we have 4 discussion tables, so to speak, on different levels. So on a local level, we talk with people that execute policies locally and who actually go door to door to the energy poor. We have a discussion table with all these national parties that designed all these policies and programs to target energy poverty in the previous years. So we try to condense that there. And we have one discussion group that goes into how do we translate the national policies to provincial and local policies, and how does it work? What do we encounter? Do things work well? What doesn't work well? And then we have a different discussion group with experts from universities who look at different kinds of research. So we talked through different kinds of research, but we also use the other discussion groups to see what kind of research is needed now. So in that way, it works quite well, and we set up a research agenda for each year, and we try to, we're going to write advisory reports for the ministries, and they ask us to be critical. So that's good. I like to be critical. So yeah, well, basically that's the way we're going to do it, and that's what triggered us to set up an observatory, in this way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, René. We have concluded the first round, and I really enjoyed the different perspectives and the aspects that you brought in this discussion. I will give you a few minutes to breathe and relax. I would like also to engage our audience here with a nice question that we have prepared for you. In one or another way, you are engaged in energy poverty mitigation projects or at local level in general. So here is a Slido question. Can you please place it here? Yeah. What is the most effective method for disseminating observatory findings to ensure engagement from policymakers? So we have 4 possible answers, and we would like to hear from you. So A is regular workshops and seminars. B, it's detailed annual reports. C, interactive online platforms. And D, direct bottom-up collaboration with governmental and local authorities bodies. So we will display the results in a minute from now. It will be good to know what you are thinking about. Yeah. Well, what? You cannot see it? No. It's not working. Can you please? Now it's working. Okay, thank you. Thank you for... Okay, let's see how this works here. Okay, direct bottom-up. Collaboration with governmental and local authority bodies. Okay, some of you already mentioned this approach. Okay, we still have number D, the winning one. Annual reports. I see that you don't like the annual reports. You don't like the online platforms. You still remain at your decision for the direct bottom-up collaboration with governmental and local authorities, which is good. 58. Okay. I think that was a good one, and I think that this is also food for thought for you and your observatories, that people, they do not like the detailed annual reports. So many reports around. Interactive online platforms, for somehow they are not preferred by our audience. Regular workshops and seminars. I don't know, they are useful, but probably many are happening around. So yes, the direct bottom-up collaboration with governmental and local authorities is the one, it's the winning one. So thank you for interacting with us and for sharing your thoughts. And let's now go and move to another question. It's a cross question for everyone. So would minimum methodological standards at EU level strengthen observatories, or a risk loss of national specificity? I would like to start from the way we finish. So René, I will start with you now again, if you want.
Okay, I wasn't hoping for that one, but so your question was what?
The question, if the minimum methodological standards at EU level strengthen observatories or risk loss of national specificity?
I think that's quite a difficult question to answer, really. I do think there's a lot of specificity. What a difficult word is that, isn't it? You know what I mean. And I think that's something that we have to take into account. And we see that also in the monitoring towards the EU, that it's very difficult to have one general way of monitoring things. If I look at the Netherlands, we've got loads of microdata, which in a way makes it easier. In a way, it makes it more difficult because we have to choose. And we want to be as specific as possible. And I don't think we should always, because sometimes you need to generalize things more. And whether we need European rules on that and regulation, I'm not quite sure. I do think that on a European level, they have to make sure what they want to know, but not as specific maybe as it is at the moment. So there are some things, I can give you an example. If you look at energy poverty, they ask something about leaking roofs and mold and moisture within the house. That's something we don't have in the Netherlands, at least not the statistics about that. And we don't have that many leaking roofs because we're, well, not to be condescending or anything, but we're quite a rich country, so we don't have too many leaking roofs. And so that for us, that's quite a difficult question, and it's something that we don't evaluate regularly. So it's just an example of the way you can answer questions. And I think maybe it would be good on a EU level to have a general question, and well, you have to compare it in a way, I suppose, if it is comparable over countries, because I think listening to the other speakers, it's different in every country. So that makes it more difficult, I guess, on the EU level. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And can you please pass your microphone to Christos, also to hear from from Greece and from Christos. Yes, you're working a lot on this topic. Yes. I mean, many years. So I assume that you have a saying on this.
I agree.
For
the minimum.
For the minimum.
Because it is crucial to have a common comparative basis for all the member states, because we have different indicators, different combination of indicators. We have the issues with the subjective indicators, the objective indicators, and when you intend to design a policy measure, you have to verify that the households that will be supported is energy poor, because the money are specific, are not sufficient to satisfy all the needs, so etc. So we need to have a comparative basis for all the member states. Of course, to leave the flexibility to add country-specific, let's say, conditions, characteristics, etc. We have to have the flexibility, but it is crucial for me. And to have, let's say, the minimum quality of the data. For example, for me, and the recommendations that we made from the Reverter project is that the household budget survey should be conducted mandatory on annual basis for all the countries. Because I think it's the only source study that has information about the 3 minimum requirements according to the new EED in regard to the energy poverty definition: income, expenses, and the energy performance of the buildings. Because this is stated by the Energy Efficiency Directive. And ideally, the house budget survey should be done in the same with EU Silk. So we need the data quality, data transparency, and a comparative basis for me. And of course, this will be the basis in order to have clear evidence about the results and to build on this basis in order to add additional country-specific, etc., etc.
Can we now listen to... Yes, please, George, you want to say
in the middle.
yeah,
so
okay,
let me just follow up exactly along the same lines. Okay. I think we absolutely need a unified methodology, and we even kind of have a unified methodology. We just don't acknowledge it as such, especially in EU-level policies. All of us here, even like in the introductory speeches, we always refer to Eurostat data, the same variables about the inability to keep houses warm, arrears on utility bills. This is what we use, this is what the Commission uses when they want to put a number on how many energy poor people / households we have in Europe. So I think this screams the fact that we need to work with numbers that are counted in the same way across all states and then are put together in a sound methodological way at the level of the European Union. Again, we kind of do that. Moreover, we all work with exactly the same microdata from the household budget survey, the EU Silk, whenever we have access to census data. I do agree there's a lot of variation when it comes to the quality of the data and the way it's collected from one country to another, but again, we kind of already do that. Moreover, we all use the same established indicators, although a lot of us, like myself here in this room, are nerds about indicators, and we know there are tens of indicators in the literature already, but there are the traditional ones that we all reach or use when we want to communicate about how many energy poor people are in our specific national context. So it's already there. We just need to make it somehow official and move over it so that we can in the end, to reach that methodological conclusion that we need to reach whenever we talk about complexity or variation in real life, we need some kind of standardization, standardized instruments that apply across all contexts, that allow for the comparative dimension, that allow for a common basis at least for policy making, and then yes, we can move to national specificities. I would even dare say that again, our example, when we try to communicate simply to national authorities, local authorities, to the media at home, we do point out all the indicators, the traditional ones that we calculate, but essentially the one that we use, the one number that we use is basically half of the low-income, high-cost indicator. So basically, we say that we face energy poverty in any household that falls below the poverty threshold after paying for their energy bills. So we leave aside the median component. I think this is very easy to enact or something along these lines. So I strongly believe we need a unified methodology enforced through Eurostat or whatever way. There are ways at the level of the EU, and then move over beyond this discussion.
Thank you, George. Caroline, your view on this question?
I agree with everything that's been said. I think using EU-SILC would be a very easy way to do this and to pick 4 or 5 most important indicators on a European level to have to compare. And I think then looking at microdata and data available in each country, this could be very different. But in my experience, if it comes from European directives, the chances to make progress there, this could be a good trigger as well.
Caroline, and what about you, Diogo?
Right. Well, at the risk of sounding cliche, but the truth is that the virtue is in the middle. I think it's important to strike a balance, like my colleagues here said in the panel. I think that it's good to have some common standards for indicators, definitions, and data collection, because that will make it much easier for us to compare trends and for us to compare the indicators themselves and how they're developing in different countries. It's also a good idea to have similar standards in order to ensure that the several observatories within Europe actually meet a baseline of rigor, which allows them to actually work well and towards the goals that have been set. However, I also think it's very important to take into consideration that different countries are inevitably going to have different circumstances. I'm thinking about what I said before, that a country like Portugal, that is in Southern Europe, is going to experience very, very hot summers, especially in the countryside. And so it can be very difficult to compare that with the experience, for example, from a Nordic country like Denmark, for example, where they are mainly pressed to find a way to ensure that all households have central heating because their winters are very harsh. So the experiences of countries can be very different depending on the climate, for example. And then there's also outside situations as well. We saw during the war in Ukraine, which is still ongoing, but this was especially apparent when it started back in 2022, that the reality is that different countries were affected differently because of the energy supply constraints that existed back then. And now with the new war in the Middle East, we're seeing that once more. So we definitely need to take the context of the country into consideration. Whether or not these potential minimum requirements would work, it depends on how flexible or how rigorous they are. I think that they are a bit more flexible. It can actually be very positive to have them.
Thank you so much on this. I have one more question, and this is about whoever wants to answer, please raise your hand. If you can answer, how do we close the national-local feedback loop in a structurally sustainable way? There is a huge discussion about national-level data or national-level approach or local-level approach, local-level data. So can we find a way, a sustainable way to close that loop if there is such one? Is there a willingness of a volunteer to answer on this? Thank you, Christos.
I can start because recently we had the consultation about the revised action plan for the alleviation of energy poverty, and the obvious comment that we receive is if we can calculate this indicator at local level. And the answer is yes, if you give me the data, I can estimate it. This is the easy path. So the discussion should be made, is it possible to collect this data which are required for the definition? Because we need income, we need expenses, we need the energy performance of the building in order to estimate. So in this case, I think it's very crucial the role of the local authorities. They have, let's say, access to data, they have social services, they know the local conditions. So somehow we have to find a way in order to collect this data to see, theoretically, we want the household budget survey at NAT 3 level. I saw now a good, let's say, a best practice from Prefecture of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, where tried to do the EU SILK survey at regional level. This, for me, is a best practice. Somehow it's good, yes, I agree. We have to study energy poverty at local level. Okay, let's start. Where is the data? So for me, if we have the data, we have, let's say, the scientific and the technical background to assess, to discuss, and to apply all these co-creative approaches. But for me, this is the first point. We have to data. And in Greece, we were lucky because we had the house budget survey on an annual basis since 2010. So we had a solid basis in order to extract a few, let's say, coherent results. So I think this is the first step, and I think it is feasible. Thank you.
Can I also step in? So I might sound a bit like going against the flow here. So we definitely have to and can close this gap between local level and national level data. But I'm afraid the only way to do that is through some kind of top-down approach that is enforced, I would say even by the European Union. So I agree that data from the household budget survey, for instance, gives us some indication about the local level as well, but we know that the samples are not representative below the regional level. So you can't really say much about localities. If we allow for the bottom-up approach when it comes to data collection, I'm afraid nothing is going to happen, and I'm saying that mainly for the example of my country. We have 3,181 localities in Romania. Now, you can imagine there are as many experiences in collecting various kinds of data that are useful for people like us to research energy poverty at a local level. There needs to be a data collection infrastructure that is enforced from the national level with the European hat on top, that municipalities can enforce at a local level. They need to know what kind of data to collect, where to store it, how to merge it into a functional database that people like us can then access and, tell them something about, like diagnose the problem and then obviously propose policies that work at the local level. Without that, if we allow only for the bottom-up approach and we rely on the local capacity to collect data, I'm afraid nothing is going to get done anytime soon.
Thank you, George. And I see that our discussion triggered a lot of interest from the audience because we have many questions, and I will pick just 2 of them to be answered. There are many of them that they are speaker specific, so you can reach out to the speakers during the lunch break that will start in a while and discuss the country-specific questions. Now, a general one is what is the biggest challenge when it comes to sustainability of the work of observatories? So, is someone willing to answer this question about the sustainability of observatories? It's not the speaker specific.
Well,
please, René.
I do think looking at sustainability, it's of course it's an important issue, and you look at circular economy as well and circular building. So it's very hard to combine these issues, and I think we have to look more holistic at the approach of energy poverty. Like in the Netherlands, we're setting up programs now combining energy poverty and health, for instance, because that's an important trigger for people. And one of the things that's not mentioned today, I think it's very important not to talk about the energy poor, but to talk with them. So within our observatory, we try to involve experienced workers who've been in energy poverty to think with us in the right approaches. And with them, we have to look at how can we do these things sustainable? What would work for them? Because you don't want very difficult approaches that can't be grasped by the people that have to actually deal with the approach. So I do think that it's hard to put the sustainability in there because you want to solve the energy poverty problem. But it's important to involve it because if you don't, you create another problem. So I think that's the way to look at it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share? Yes, please, Christos, and then we will proceed to the next question.
Okay. Yes, sustainability has different axes. One is the financial. The funding is crucial because effort are needed, effort in order to make the calculation, to monitor the measures, to find the data. So one part is this, but if you manage to integrate into the general energy policy framework as we did in Greece, I think that this can be solved. For me, the other is the actual contribution that we'll have. One idea that I have is due to the fact that it is foreseen the establishment of a network in the new EED, perhaps the observatory can support this engagement to be the platform, the engagement platform, which will be used by, because it is, let's say, foreseen the extended participation of all the different actors to be used, to have transparency, clarity, a common repository, a common field in order to discuss. And I think this visibility will, let's say, reinforce the sustainability of the observatory.
Excellent, thank you. One answer I need for the next question that I have here. You are, at least to what I have listened, data-driven persons. So according to Eurostat, we have data until the age of 65. And what happens after the 65 age? I mean, people more than 65 years old, they are there, and many of them, they are living under energy poverty. So what is the approach, and why do we have this kind of data lack, let's say, for 65 plus, and how we are managing it? Yes, please, Diogo.
Yes, so there's definitely a gap in the data for such people. Those people simply don't show up in the data because they sometimes fail to answer some questions that we do to the public in general. However, I want to say something about the Portuguese context in this, which is locally we have a program which is called in Portuguese Espaços Redes Energia, which translated to English would be roughly something like Energy Spaces Network. And this is done at the local level, and it's a bunch of counters that are scattered throughout the country, especially in the northern parts, which are the parts that, as I said before, suffer the most from energy poverty. And there, people can talk to specialists who are going to help them with several questions in order to give them, for example, information about how to read an electricity or a gas bill, for example. So the people can definitely, and this is especially useful for older people, because they can talk directly with someone. They don't need to use new technologies for this. And so it is a way to ensure that even the elderly can actually benefit from these programs, and that energy poverty can be tackled at that level as well.
Thank you, Diogo. And now we are at the stage that we need to conclude. So I want from H1, from you, your view about one structural reform that is needed by 2030, in 4 years from now, to make national observatories more influential. Let's start with Diogo.
Yes, so as you said before, Alice, indeed we are all data nerds here. And so I would say that there needs to be a structural reform in the way that we conceive of the data. Observatories are going to become more influential when their data is trustworthy and when it's constantly updated as well. So the observatory, our observatory, tries to update the data yearly in order to ensure that it's always updated. Public and administrative databases need to be formally accessible by the public as well in order to increase transparency and trust in the institutions, including by researchers whose investigations may contribute to the development of future data and indicators as well. There could also be an integration with national statistical institutes, and also allowing for a wider scope of data to be collected and to be studied by different institutions. Finally, open data platforms and interactive dashboards should also be employed, making it easier for everyone to use said platforms to easily find the data that they needed immediately. And this should increase the transparency, like I said, while ensuring that policymakers and even the media, which is also very important, will have good recent data to work with when the time comes to propose public policy, which, as I said before, is one of the core aspects of the observatories.
Thank you, Diogo. George?
Yes, I think it goes down to what basically what Diogo is also saying, and what I said previously. We need this data collection infrastructure to be quickly put in place, and the question about the structural reform is actually multiple, because it depends on the level where these reforms should be embedded. And I think that some kind of, again, sorry, top-down approach starting from the European Union. This is something that I was also somewhat involved with the effort of the European Social and Economic Council Committee. When it comes to the input for the citizen energy package, we try to put it in the contribution there, that through such an instrument that stems from the European Commission, we need to force/help, because it's also a matter of resources, those member states that do not have such a data collection infrastructure already in place, and I think there's room for improvement everywhere. Until then, we won't be able to build this kind of continuous data collection that allows for up-to-date data sets that allow us to diagnose, especially with such a dynamic phenomenon. Again, because the energy poor are not always the same, and crises occur all the time. So to me, I think, again, perhaps via Eurostat, if we are to talk about structural reforms, via the national statistics offices, via national governments that then create and also provide resources to the local levels for data collection across a number of variables, dimensions that are not that many, because we don't want to overburden them, but that then feeds a functional data-based repository that we can then all access. Otherwise, I think the discussion about data will be roughly the same, perhaps a bit better, but roughly the same even 5 or 10 years from now.
Thank you, George. And what about you, Caroline? One structural reform by 2030?
Yeah, I'll take a bit of another angle that goes into the direction of cooperation. At the moment, we work very positively with the Ministry of Economics, because they are responsible for energy poverty at the national level. And with other ministries, they're often hesitant to use our services, I would say. So what we have done the last 2.5 years, we very actively intervene where possible. We invite ourselves into the conversation. And it would be much easier for our work if it would be mandatory in the relevant processes, be it the climate social plan, where energy poverty is a huge issue, or be it European directives that have to be transposed into national law, let's say the EPPD or the EED3, to say they have to bring us on the same table so we can, at least put our perspective in.
Thank you, Caroline. René?
Well, I do think what is important is to for the observatories to play a very definite role in the feedback loop in policies. So national, regional, and local policies. How does that work? So does the national policy help the local and regional policies, and how can we feedback that information to the national level? I think looking at data, it's a very important issue as well, and it's a very political issue, as I've noted, because data can trigger all sorts of things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the policies change. So we need to look at both.
Thank you, René. And last but not least, Christos?
They told everything.
They told everything.
I made a few recommendations, but I think due to the fact that now we are in the phase of submitting social climate plan, we have energy poverty, we have energy vulnerability, we have transport poverty, we have transport vulnerability. Perhaps one solution is to have one person observatory to monitor all these, at least 4 different dimensions. Because now it's a mess. In Greece, we have a lot of experience for energy poverty, and when we had to investigate energy vulnerability, we had problems. we find. But perhaps we have to align and streamline all the provisions or the energy vulnerability according to the electricity directive, for example. Somehow, it is required for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Before closing the session, here are 3-4 bullet points from my side, what I have captured from this discussion. That, I must admit, it was very helpful for me, not only as a person that I'm working approximately 12 years on energy poverty, but also as a project manager at the Energy Poverty Nexus project that we are trying to establish observatories in 6 countries. So, institutional diversity exists. This is what came out from the discussion, different starting points, different orientation. Influence depends on anchoring, not only in the activity. This is also important. Multi-level governance requires operational feedback loop. You said it, you mentioned it in a different way, but you mentioned it, many of you. And what I can capture is that the future of National Energy Poverty Observatory depends not only on their analytical capacity, but also on their integration into the governance architecture of the just transition. I want to thank all and each one for you for this useful and fruitful discussion. Thank you. Keep doing good things. And let's all try to mitigate energy poverty as much as possible. So thank you so much. A big applause for our panel. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you for joining this morning session. We are going to close now. For those following online, we will see you here back at 2:30. More than 50 people were connected online, so we say bye to them and to reconnect later. And for those staying here, it's lunchtime. We are going to meet outside the Onassis auditorium for a common lunch and to share and comment, and see you back at 2:30, 2:30. Thank you.
So welcome back, everybody. I hope that people can also hear me out in the foyer. We will be starting shortly, and I will give the floor to Veronique Marx from the European Commission instantly. I just want to say that there's a coffee break after this, and I'm sure that everybody's very interested in that. But before we can go and get our coffee, we would like to have a family photo of everybody present here. So when we're done with the panel, we will all come to the stage and sort of stand a bit, sort of some in the front and some above, and then we'll take a photo all together. Veronique?
Good afternoon. Yep, can you hear me? Welcome, and thank you for joining us here this afternoon. Oops, sorry. I hope you had a nice lunch and the digestion is done and you're ready for a little bit more of discussions. So we have heard this morning already a lot about financing. Actually, financing came up in the Slido as one of the biggest measures to address energy poverty, or let's say the lack of financing as one of the biggest barriers. And especially when we look at access to energy efficiency or decarbonization measures, financing, it's really one of the ways to take people out of the energy poverty, as well as to help them to contribute to live in much more affordable and quality housing if they can live in an energy efficient and a decarbonized housing. But unfortunately in Europe, the building stock is old and often not efficient. So currently 40% of the energy consumption in Europe is consumed by the building sector, accounting for more than a third of the greenhouse gas emissions, and that's really enormous. The Commission estimates that the annual investment needs for energy efficiency is over 370 billion euros per year until 2030, of which most will need to be invested into the building measures, but also into the heating and the cooling refurbishment. And as we have heard this morning, and I think we are all aware, for many households facing such costs, it's really, really difficult. And especially those with economic vulnerability, it's even more difficult. And in addition to those barriers that are financial, we also know that there's a lot of non-financial barriers, because it's not just about whether you have access to funding, but it's also about access to information. It's about access on where you can get the financing and what you actually need to do to make your home a little bit more energy efficient. At EU level, we have put in place quite ambitious legislation to accelerate the renovation of buildings for energy efficiency and decarbonization measures. The legislation now sets minimum standards, for example. We promote deep renovations, especially of the buildings that are the least energy efficient. And we require member states to develop national building renovation plans, for example. The legislation also outlines what is the role of member states in promoting financial incentives and removing these non-economic barriers, such as access to information that I just mentioned. And we also know that at EU level, there's quite a lot of funding actually available. I mean, sometimes when we look at the figures, it's quite impressive. We have big financing instruments. For example, we have the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is 80 billion euros. We have the Cohesion Policy Funds, of which 17 billion have been invested for energy performance of buildings between 21 and 27. We have heard a lot of the Social Climate Fund, which aims to protect vulnerable households and micro-enterprises from the expected increase of energy prices as a result of the emission trading system for buildings and road transport. But also this additional fund, which has a very specific purpose and target group, even with this fund, the Commission calculates that more than 80% of the investments needed should be mobilized from private capital, not from public funding. But what can public funding do? Public funding can be used to support the leveraging of private investments through mechanisms such as soft loans, guarantees, technical assistance, or blended solutions. So the Commission over the past years, as we are aware of this problem, have taken several actions to do this. We have, for example, put in place the Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition, which brings together financial institutions and different market players and industry and aims to create a much more favorable market and regulatory environment for investments. The coalition works through several working groups, of which there's one working group on financing for building renovation. And this working group will advise the Commission on a voluntary portfolio framework designed to help financial institutions to increase lending for building energy renovations, including to low-income and vulnerable households. In addition to the coalition, the Commission has also established DEEP, which is the De-risking Energy Efficiency Platform, and it's a pan-EU open-source database containing a lot of information, evidence, and analysis over industrial and buildings-related energy efficiency projects. Also, lots of activities are ongoing, not just for the building renovations, but also for energy efficiency in industrial processes, for example. So only last week, at the same time than the adoption of the Citizens' Energy Package, the Commission adopted the Clean Energy Investment Strategy, which also has a window for energy efficiency, including a pilot scheme that will leverage 500 million investments in 26 together with the EIB. This window, so this pilot scheme, focuses on scaling up energy as a service model, including for energy efficiency improvements in the buildings. Also last week, and I will all recommend you to read it, the Commission adopted a recommendation on unlocking private finance, on unlocking private capital for energy efficiency investments, as well as a recommendation on one-stop shops. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time to go into all of that, so we put it here on the slide so that you can look it up. All these documents are online and much more information that might be needed. But so I will now turn to our panelists to actually have a discussion among us about all these different topics. And I will now call them on stage. We'll sit down. Yeah. So I first call on stage Jérémy Benamou. He's the head of gas market and energy poverty unit in the French Ministry for Economy and Energy. Nice to meet you, Jérémy. Hi, nice to meet you. Then there's Luca Bartolè, the Secretary-General of the European Mortgage Federation. There's Paola Becerra. She's a project officer at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. there is Nuno Cunha Lopes. He's a senior advisor to the Vice Mayor's Office of Cascais City Council in Portugal. And then, last but definitely not least, Joris Piet. He's the COO and project manager of Onesto and of the Leg Up project. Thank you very much for joining. And I will delve right in with the first questions, especially to you, Jeremy. You were the first one who has to break the ice. So very nice to have you here. We know that France has developed large-scale instruments, such as the MaPrimeRénov' and other social mechanisms like the energy voucher, as well as tightening your building performance regulation at national level. But as we have heard, public budgets alone can actually not meet all these requirements and all these financial needs. So can you please introduce us a little bit the MaPrimeRénov' scheme and tell us what were the key considerations that you had when you set up the scheme? And as a national scheme, how do you manage in the MaPrimeRénov' to kind of marry the short-term support while also striving for the long-term renovation without relying too much on subsidies on public finance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronique, and thank you very much for the invitation. I really wanted to come despite a small ski injury. I still made a trip to Athens, so you'll excuse for the big thing here on my right shoulder. So many thanks for the invitation, which is very timely, of course, because tackling energy poverty should always be at the top of the agenda. But in time of energy crisis, it's really particular today, and we have a crisis which threatens to impact the energy bills of many households in Europe. So that's why we absolutely need to identify how we can tackle energy poverty, and I'm very happy to share with you the French perspective on consumer protection and also on financing energy renovations. In France, we estimate that roughly 8% of households are in a situation of energy poverty. We count households as in the situation of energy poverty when they spend more than 8% of their available revenues to pay their energy bills. Energy poverty is, of course, a combination of many different factors, but mainly low incomes, too low at least to pay for basic needs for energy, but also, in some key situations, a poorly isolated house. So, as it was mentioned earlier today, every government, when fighting against energy poverty, needs always to tackle two challenges. First, provide short-term protections to accompany precarious households so they can pay their energy bills. And secondly, of course, address the long-term structural issues of renovating houses to make sure that energy is used as efficiently as possible. I'll be brief for the first, the short-term approach, and I'll try to mention slowly the energy voucher, and then I'll be a bit more precise on MaPrimeRénov', which is indeed our main policy program to finance energy renovations. In France, the main tool we have to protect energy consumers from energy price spikes is indeed the energy vouchers. It's a voucher that is sent each year to around 5 million households in France. Its average amount is 150 euros, but the amount can vary from 50 euros to 280 euros. And it can more or less help you to pay 10% or 20% of your yearly energy bills, depending on your situation, of course. It's not a very old scheme. It was set up in 2018, but prior to the energy voucher existed already social energy tariffs. So it's a very old policy in France, in a way, to support households to pay their basic needs for energy bills. We estimate that the energy vouchers help lower the energy poverty rate in France from 10% to 8%. So it's a very important policy for us, and we have at heart to keep maintaining it and make it as efficient as possible. And finally, a last note on this, it's also a flexible policy tool because it can be used to increase the support in time of need. For instance, during the energy crisis of 2022, we increased the support with energy voucher by distributing more energy vouchers to 12 million consumers, but also a bigger amount with a bonus of 100 euros this year. So we like this tool, and feel free to ask any question about how it works, because it's one of the attributions of my unit. So on top of the energy vouchers, we try to finance energy renovation to, as you mentioned, tackle the long-term struggle of energy efficiency in France. And our flagship program is indeed MaPrimeRénov'. It was launched in 2020 with the intention to transform several fragmented programs, several policy aids at local level sometimes, into a single one-stop shop policy program with the core objectives to finance energy renovations. And I would like to add that a specific aspect of MaPrimeRénov' is that the level of the aids is correlated to the needs of the households, and concretely, low-income households receive much more support than wealthy households. And actually, in current budget situation, as we are in France, we are trying to really focus on low-income households, and many of the files of MaPrimeRénov', when they come from wealthy households, they can be rejected right now because the program is now targeted to low-income only. We divided the program into two axes. The first is we call MaPrimeRénov' by gesture, where it provides financial support to individual intervention such as insulation of the wall, or upgrading the heating system, or installing efficient ventilation. So it allows the homeowners to benefit from a grant for a single measures. So for instance, when someone from a low-income household will try to install a heat pump, the support can go up to 5,000 euros in this situation, with of course various amount depending on the level of revenues. In 2024, around 900 million of subventions were allocated to renovate 250,000 houses, which is significant, with an average of 3,600 euros per project. We consider that the 900 million we gave helped trigger up to 3 billion euros renovation work. The most common intervention was the upgrade of heating system, but also the installation of pellet stove and wood-burning stove, this making around 40% of the interventions. So MaPrimeRénov' is a really powerful tool to trigger specific interventions, but also, and it's the second axis of the program, to accompany households for major renovations. And it's probably the main point to get from MaPrimeRénov' is that we have set up what we call accompanied program, where the households are receiving personalized hand-on support from home energy experts. And the household will be accompanied throughout his project, throughout administrative steps, to also contact all the entrepreneurs by a network of certified advisors certified by the French government. So, as I mentioned, due to the success of the program, it's now targeted in priority towards low-income households. And there is really an aspect in MaPrimeRénov' of providing a support, but qualitative support, not only financial support. The MaPrimeRénov' accompanied program can finance up to 80% of renovation work. So this means, and to a limit of 40,000 euros. So the amounts are quite significant, which explains why we have a specific care about this program, making sure that every file is not fraudulous. There is a big attention in France of avoiding that this considerable amounts are being used to fraudulous use. And finally, there's also an issue of advancing the money in some cases, because even with significant aid, if the aid arrives too late in the renovation project, some households don't have the treasury, the liquidity to finance their projects, so the aid can be advanced up to 50%. So it means that if I want to renovate my house, let's say it costs 50,000 euros, I can receive up to 40,000 euros from MaPrimeRénov', and half of this amount can be advanced at the very beginning of the project to kickstart the project in a way, and avoiding that some projects are not started due to lack of liquidity. In 2024, 2.5 billion subventions were allocated to around 90,000 houses. So it means around 25,000 euros per renovation. This is really significant, and we believe that it's really a way to kickstart energy renovation for low-income households. On top of MaPrimeRénov', on top of this amount, we also have in France a wide certificate scheme where energy providers have to finance, it's an obligation, have to finance energy renovation projects. So on top of MaPrimeRénov', it's also possible to receive some money via this scheme, and the household don't really need to do any administrative burden. It's all taken care of by the entrepreneurs who will collect the white certificate money from the energy providers. For installing a heat pump, for instance, it's around 1,200 euros as a support. So on top of MaPrimeRénov', you can receive this money more. So with all this support, we believe that France can advance quite quickly on energy renovations. And once again, the key message would be that the level of support really depends on the level of income of the houses. So as a conclusion for this introduction, the French policy schemes for tackling energy poverty is on two fronts: protecting consumers with energy vouchers, and also with protection law with forbidding, for instance, energy provider to disconnect consumer during the winter, what we call the winter truth. So during the winter, no possibility to disconnect. So we try to protect our consumers with energy vouchers and protecting law, and also supporting households with energy renovation projects through MaPrimeRénov', our one-stop shop policy program, and also through a very old white certificate scheme, which was set up almost 15 years ago. And with this, we help alleviate the upfront cost of energy renovations. However, as I guess we'll see in a few moments, even with the public support, it's not necessarily meeting all the demands, and financing the remainder of the money is still difficult for low-income households, which is why financing products must be made to help them.
Thank
Sorry,
you so much,
Jeremy.
No, yeah. Very interesting, and actually gave me the right hook now to turn immediately to Luca, because he will bring us a very different perspective for mobilizing the private capital for the vulnerable households, because what we have heard from Jeremy is a lot of public funding, but we'll turn to you for how to mobilize the private capital. Because as we know, the traditional mortgage and lending products are not always very suited for households with a limited ability of income and high perceived risk. So what, in your opinion, is one of the stumbling blocks for banks and mortgage lenders to invest in renovation projects targeting vulnerable or low-income households? And what innovative financial products or risk-sharing models would you suggest could be used to lower the exposure to financial risk? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronique, and good afternoon to everyone. I have the pleasure to be your siesta time, so I will try to wake you up. And also, I'm the bad guy of the group, in the sense I'm the banker of the group. I mean, the one that in theory should bring money. I would like to explain, allow me to be a bit a dreamer and to explain what we are trying to do. So in Brussels, I have the pleasure to run a small boutique, a small office, running and coordinating the activities of 2,000 banks. And we really believe that we are in a very difficult moment. Allow me to be very practical. To give you some numbers, like this you understand the challenge. This morning, the Brent, the barrel, it was $103 per Brent. If we look 1 month ago, we were in the range of $69.70. So we increase $1 per day. The interest rate now today here in Greece, if you want to go to a bank and having a nice 200K mortgages for a nice apartment in Ellenikon, 200K is not enough for Ellenikon, but in another place, you can have an interest rate around 2.9, 3.2, something like this. Inflation today here in Greece is 2.7. Let's see what will be in 1 month time. In the sense that, the boost that we will have will bring actually energy poverty as a priority for every single government. And every single bank have to manage probably an increase of interest rates, increase of inflation, and petrol going to reach completely new levels. And who knows when this will stop. This morning before coming, I was listening to analysts. They say the war will not be over before 3-4 months, and the price can go up very quickly. So banks have to take action in these kind of conditions. They have to give mortgages, they have to manage, they have 3 main things in their belly, the banks. They have mortgages, they have SME loans, and they have infrastructure loans. All 3 are fundamental for designing a new energy independency in the European Union. And I would like also to take the opportunity to thank the European Commission, because I think that you are one of the few institutions still bold on what are our strategic targets. I think energy independency, where a lot of parties are becoming very shy in the parliament around this, is becoming back in track. without energy independency, we are not able to move on as a Europe. And we feel, as banks, the responsibility of being the one who have to pump money in the system to make the change. To make the change, which is a social change, is giving hope to people. Is giving hope to people for a new house. And as a European, I say the new house is also a political new house that we have to build, convinced of our fundamental values, which are at risk at this moment. And over there, all of us have to contribute by saying what we can do. And we feel the responsibility of saying what we can do. I think that banks can intervene in mortgages, can do a lot. We have already created a clear energy efficiency mortgage label. So all the banks that give a green retrofitting power, loans, can label this as a European label. It's a small revolution because in Europe we don't have a European mortgage. Every countries are so special that everyone has their own market. The French are very special. The Spaniards are very special. I don't speak about the Danes. The Danes are very, very special. The Dutch even more. But we are also special that we confuse our investors because they cannot compare our mortgages. So we need a label to help our investors to bring money in this market. And if we don't convince Mr. Investors, sitting probably in London, in Paris, or in New York, that a French mortgage is good as much as an Italian mortgage. You should never trust an Italian. That's the first rule. But I mean, we have to mobilize millions and millions to call trillions. And this, we have to make an effort of simplicity. We have to explain to the people where is the business case. And when I say the people, is the people living in the house, is the bank, is the investors. All these three entities have to understand the economical value of taking action or the opportunity cost of not taking action. So let's go back to, I said a few numbers now about inflation. I mean, do you remember what was the inflation here in Greece? I mean, as I think most of you are Greek or kind of. Well, in Greece, during the attack or aggression of Ukraine at the beginning, inflation was almost 10%. When you have inflation at 10%, you have interest rate going up at 5%. 5%, it means that vulnerable borrowers cannot have access to any kind of loans, not have access to mortgages. And you know the gap between a mortgage where you give your house, if you don't pay, the bank takes the house. So it's quite a solid guarantee. But in consumer loans, if you want to make some little retrofitting, changing the heating of your house, or maybe doing the roof, you need 10,000, 20,000, so you don't want to put a mortgage on your house for this amount. Well, if you go now to ask consumer loans here in Greece, it's around 10, 12%. It's money. It's a lot of money. And if the interest rate will increase, this will jump towards 20%. So you understand that it's very important the banks should be still in the game because we can be the buffer. We can reduce the effort for people who can pay, and the state can use their public money for people who cannot pay. Because every money coming from the bank is an euro saved from the public state. And the public debt of our government, I speak as an Italian, as you can understand from it's quite high. So we need capital markets to give a strong support to this industry. So what we need? We need three things. We need access to data. We need to know where are the EPCs. And we need to compare EPCs in a more straightforward way. EPBD for me was a missing opportunity. We were that close to have a European EPC, and now we are back to national EPC. The Commission was too kind to give up on that point, with the other institution. But then what we need a guarantee. We need a European guarantee which will help all banks to give money to vulnerable borrowers. There are already very good national guarantee. For example, here in Greece, you have Mi Sputo, sorry for the Sputo Mu, is my home in Greek. But in Italy, we have other kind of national guarantee in Romania, which is providing a lot of mortgages to young people, women, or people that are fragile. So there are already national best practices. We have to transform this as a European platform. It's possible. We need just the political will to take action. And then third, we need a change in narrative. Allow me to say, Veronique. When you speak with the CEO of a bank, if one day you come and you say the Green Deal is the most important things, and then after 2 months, you go to Omnibus and you say, no, you can ignore those kind of things. People investing in 20 years are confused. If you want to have international investors to come to this market, the political message should be very clear. The direction is one, and there is no other confusion, because the petrol crisis will come here and here again. If we don't prepare our infrastructure to be resilient, we cannot avoid shock, but we can learn how to manage a shock. That's what Europe is about. And we have to put in place our ammunition, we have to put in place our system in a holistic way, and we are ready to play our role, but everyone has to build an ecosystem around us, where we need the public administration to provide EPC, we need the ecosystem, we need SME disclosing data on taxonomy compliance, otherwise we cannot do our work. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca. You have definitely woken us up, I think, with scary facts, but also very hopeful, because I liked your reference to the political new house that we have to build, and you also mentioned hope, so I think that's also very important to keep in mind. I will now turn to Paula. Paula is a project officer at the Joint Research Center, and she's doing research on the reporting that mayors that are part of the Covenant of Mayors do on the actions that they take on mitigation, adaptation, but also energy poverty. So Paula, we're very happy to have you here. From your work on the energy poverty reporting under the Covenant, what funding sources are the ones that are most commonly used by local authorities when they report under the Covenant of Mayors framework?
Thank you for inviting me for this panel. It's very nice to be here and talk about the Covenant of Mayors initiative. So just to, for all of you understand, the Covenant of Mayors is a voluntary initiative that local authorities can join, and there are 3 main pillars that they can work with. That is the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions, adaptation to climate change, and energy poverty. The energy poverty pillar is actually more recently. So cities, they develop an action plan related with 3 of these pillars, or just 1. And the energy poverty is one that they can develop and report since 2023. So most of the data that we have until now are not completely focused on energy poverty actions, but they are correlated somehow with mitigation and renovations, renewable energy communities. This is the type of data that we have now that are correlated with energy poverty. So cities, when they plan their climate actions, they can report on the platform on the actions that they will take in each one of these pillars. And when they report their actions, they can select, for example, what type of financing, not necessary fundings, but what type of financing measures they will rely on to put the actions in place. And what we see is basically what Veronique started also to say in terms of view level, that most of the actions rely on public resources. Grants, subsidies, public procurement, they represent almost 80% of the actions that are reported, the financing type. So there's still a huge focus on local own resources, that it's actually the main one. Also European or national fundings, but there are no other like public or private partnerships, for example. They are not there directly related with these actions. And then we can see also while talking with signatories and then with other types of connections that we do, that this part of the financing, this is still a barrier for the cities to understand which type of fundings and which type of opportunities they have other than those public. So this is, they rely on the public because it's the easiest way of doing, is in most of the time is the most common. And I think that when talking about the report, it's interesting to notice that this approach also involves like 50% of the cities approximately, don't report of any financing sources. So they don't know what they are doing, like in terms of financing. And then something not only related with the report, but if we look for their climate action plans, there are a lot of lists of actions that could be in place that has target vulnerable population, low incomes, and this kind of more population that are more vulnerable to energy poverty, but they don't have the numbers of the actions. So they don't report, or when they are planning, they don't have a solid plan and a solid time schedule for the expenses. And this is something that calls attention because especially small municipalities, that are a lot of small and medium municipalities under the Conference of Mayors, sometimes they struggle to do this link between what they plan and how to finance. And it's not only that they don't know other ways other than local, their own resources or European fundings, but also they struggle to have the planned part related with the actions. So how to apply for funding, you need to have these numbers, this data, and everything very well developed and designed. So it's the two things that we see when we observe the data from the Conference of Mayors.
Thank you very much, Paula. So it's often an issue of capacity at local level. Which makes me now lead to Nuno, because in Cascais you have a very innovative mechanism to support people in energy poverty. You combine the municipal funds, EU funds, but also the reinvestments of the energy savings to support the renovations in vulnerable housing. Could you maybe explain us a little bit what is the scheme that you have set up and what were the challenges of setting it up, and where do you see really the benefits?
Thank you so much, Veronique, for your question. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure, and thank you so much for the kind invitation to be here. I would like to start with a glimpse of the context as we are zooming into the city. I would start by saying that Cascais is a medium-sized city for Portuguese standards. It has 250,000 inhabitants, and it's a coastal city, quite famous for touristic purposes. And when we started our carbon neutrality roadmap, we realized that almost 50% of our greenhouse gases emissions were coming from the stationary energy. So we had to push on projects where we could have some energy efficiency, electrification, and decentralized renewable production on the residential sector. Again, the building stock in Portugal is quite old, and we have 65% of buildings in Portugal classified as Class C or lower than C, so you can reach, you can see the potential that we have on retrofitting buildings in Portugal. So we came out in December 2024 with an Energy Just Transition Fund with a total budget of 3 million euros from the council's budget. And I wouldn't say the innovation is the fund, but the innovation is the model or the architecture of the fund. So we have progressive support rates, a positive discrimination of the lower income families. So we have divided citizens on their income tax brackets, and by doing that, we are having progressive support rates. But I would say that one of the most innovative features would be having the mediation of the non-profit social solidarity institutions. So the social network of the city are mediating all the proposals that are being made from vulnerable families. And this mediation has three main goals, I would say. First one, having a strong capillarity, making the information flow through vulnerable families in an easier way. Second one would be to overcome the, I would say, literacy deficits or complexity in administrative processes during proposals, or even knowledge in energy, because one of our first tasks were trying to transform psychologists, social educators in energy efficient experts to help people to go through passive solutions such as efficient windows and thermal insulation before going to heat pumps or PVs or solar thermal, so as you know. So, and these institutions have a third main goal, which is paying in advance through to installers and suppliers, overcoming the financial burden of the investments for the lower income families. And by doing that, I think we are struggling with our own success. So we have in 1 year, maybe 2 months more, we have 3 million euros completed in our budget in this fund. We are working on 1.5 million to trying to answer to high demand of families that are still coming in. As a joke, I must say and confess that we had local elections 6 months ago, and when the politicians went on the street, they could find 2 groups of people, the ones that were benefited from the fund and the ones that want to be benefited from the fund. So the third group that says you should stop with it, they didn't see it in the street. So I was very happy with it. Again, when we have council meetings, all the different political parties are voting for this program, which is another good sign for us. And we have now benefited 570 families. And we're having 2 one-stop shops working on the city. A third one will come next month, hopefully. We have approved a local plan to tackle energy poverty last year in April. We had a university, the Science and Technology of Nova University in Lisbon, helping us as evaluators of the proposals and advisors of the model. So I'm very happy to say that I do believe that now in Cascais we do have energy just transition ecosystem with social network, one-stop shops, universities, the city council, and people being benefited by the fund.
Thank you very much. Now I come to Joris. He's the CEO of the project manager of LECAP, but also of the Onesto model. And Joris, Onesto is coordinating the EU-funded LECAP project, which links the social mortgage schemes to the network of one-stop shops in 2 countries, so in Flanders region and in Girona in Spain. Can you also explain to us how this works, how this innovative mechanism works, and what are the financial products that support vulnerable customers, have access to? And how do you make this sustainable? How make you viable? How do you make sure that this is sustainable in the long term?
Okay, I will explain it in a moment. I have to say first, these chairs look far more comfortable than they are. I was really looking forward all day to sit in here, but once you are here, no, that aside. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joris, working for Onesto, not as the CEO, but the COO. My colleague Hans, who is probably watching online, would not like it if I take his role now already. It's planned for in a few years, maybe. But yeah, with Onesto, we are a social mortgage lender, and I like very much what is being said here today already. But I'm also constantly thinking when I go to these congresses that I'm working, or Onesto is working, in the wrong country, because I hear it today again that there are a lot of national guarantee schemes going on, and what happened in Flanders in 2022, they cancelled our guarantee scheme for the social lenders to provide mortgages to the low-income people. So, yeah, that's a shame, I think. We are, of course, not sitting still, and we are constantly trying to lobby again with the Flemish government, but it's difficult, of course, when the Prime Minister of Flanders is the one that cancelled the guarantee. So. But we try to solve the energy problem, the energy poverty problem, more or less in another way. Our approach is somewhat different from what I heard today, because we try to prevent energy poverty actually to happen. As Onesto, we are active for 130 years now in Flanders. So we were born in 1894, and our goal back then was more or less the same as it is today. To provide affordable housing for, back then it were the mining workers coming to our cities. In the province of Limburg, you have a lot of mining cities, and they needed affordable housing too, as is today the same case for a lot of people who cannot find a home to live in an affordable way. So how do we tackle this problem? I think it's very important when buying a house, especially for our target group, the people with low incomes, the people with limited budgets, to plan the renovation up front. And that's where it's going wrong already. The problem doesn't start when the energy bill comes in and you realize that it's very high and you cannot pay for it anymore. Then it's already too late, of course. So when we are providing mortgages to those low-income buyers, we immediately try to make an accurate estimation of the renovation costs. They typically buy the dwellings with the most renovation needs, the least energy efficient dwellings. So it's really not only for the client, of course, the client is the central point in this customer journey, but also as a lender and as a bank, you cannot afford to approve for a loan because you get stuck with stranded assets in a while. What happens first? They cannot pay for their energy bills anymore. What happens second? They don't pay their mortgage anymore. So the last decade, we really are dedicated to engaging these people who buy these houses financed by a social mortgage by us to renovate the dwelling immediately when they buy it. That's of course very time intensive, and there is a lot of guidance involved. People cannot do it alone. They need a trusted and independent guiding organism to help them with conducting it. And that's where the LEGUP project is all about, actually. So in the LEGUP project, we follow two tracks. Of course, first of all, the financing part is very important because of the cancellation of the guarantee scheme in Flanders. We needed to search other ways to find our funding on the capital markets. And that's when we started to write the LEGUP project, because in the LEGUP project, we know, and we heard it today already, there is a lot of private capital available in the markets. But of course, there is an investment gap. The perceived risk of our mortgages is very high because we target the people with limited budgets. So as an investor, you get not too many of interest rates for investing in the mortgage portfolio, and you cope with a lot of risk. So that's not really convenient and not really attracting to invest in. So when we had that guarantee scheme, the case was different because the risk was, the perceived risk was lower. And I have to say, in theory, the risk may be higher, but what we notice in practice after 130 years is that the default rate of our mortgages is not higher than that of the banks who are targeting the higher income groups. So, but we have to close this investment gap. And we try to do this by setting up a warehousing structure, and that's where we cooperate with the Spanish bank you mentioned, UCI Bank. They have a lot of experience in securitizing their mortgages, and we try to learn from them to set this kind of structure up in Flanders. And we cannot do it without a guarantee scheme. It's apparently not coming from the Flemish government anymore, so we are talking with the European institutions now. And I think, yeah, chances are good because the EIB already engaged in maybe setting up this guarantee scheme on a European level. So now we are investigating if it's still affordable to do it. And that's very important, of course, when you have to give affordable mortgages. So that's the first track we follow, and the second track we follow, I heard it here today a lot, the one-stop shop involvement. So when we have to scale up this financing of the low-income people, we cannot do it like we do it today, because I already mentioned that it's very time-intensive to guide them during the loan application. It's time that we cannot afford us. There are a lot of costs involved. We try to use digital renovation tools already, but even then, it's very hard for our colleagues or analysts of the loan to get a clear estimation on the renovation costs during they analyze the loan. So that was not a possibility anymore. So now in the Leg Up project, the second track is connecting them immediately with the one-stop shops. And for that cause, we work together with the National Technical University of Athens. So that's why I'm here already for the third time in a year. I very much like coming here. It's such a great city. So I'm really glad the university is involved here. But they do also a great job in building a platform in which we can connect the lender and the client and the one-stop shop immediately when the loan application comes in. Of course, we need these public sources too, because now in Flanders there are a lot of premiums and grants for homeowners who want to have a renovation plan drawn up, but there aren't any for new buyers. So what we really try to achieve is a little shift in this premiums and grant systems to also have a renovation plan drawn up for a first-time buyer, especially for those with low incomes. In Flanders, it's an obligation for the seller to have an EPC report ready, to have an electricity report ready, to have an asbestos report ready, and it costs a lot of money to let them have one. I think I calculated it once, it was like 1,500 euros that the seller had to pay for having all these reports. So I'm asking, why not including all these reports in one renovation plan? That should be convenient, no? Because then the buyer can see immediately what to invest in and what it's going to cost. And I think it would be very good to have a little decrease in the housing prices too, because the dwellings in Flanders with the worst EPC labels now are increasing in price because of the overheated market, of course. There is a lot of demand for too less of an offer. When you include this renovation plan into this journey, maybe a little decrease in prices is even possible. So it can help for giving affordable housing to people again. So that said, I think the Leg Up project is about financing, attracting the private capital from the markets, having a guarantee scheme to lower the perceived risk, and secondly, it's about connecting people immediately with the one-stop shops, because we as a lender, we are not the technical assistants, and we don't want to be the technical assistants. We just want to finance people. And once they are financed and we have a clear view on the risk of the renovation and the costs included, then we can let them go and we can finance the renovation, and we know for sure we are not stuck with stranded assets after a while.
No, thank you very much. And also very interesting, this link to the one-stop shops and how you put the different, let's say, market players and stakeholders together. But just a follow-up question, maybe that's for you and for you, Luca. So what should be the role of the banks and lenders in assessing the renovation needs before they approve mortgages? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I go first because I'm now in the role. No, I think it's not only for a social lender very important to assess the property before the loan approval. I think it's equally important for all the banks and all the lenders in all of Europe, because not only if you are a low-income buyer, You have to have a clear view on the renovation pathway you have to follow. But also, if you have a higher income and you don't have problems to fix the budget for the purchase and the renovation, if you not plan the renovation up front, you get stuck in locked-in situations. Maybe you do some efforts on renovation, and in a few years you have to undo it half because of other renovation works have to be done, like installing a heat pump. You have to have a clear view on a logical pathway before you begin to renovate. And that's not always happening, so I think there is a lot of responsibility for the banks, not only for the social lenders. But we can be the experimentary laboratory, if you want, so we do it every day.
Luca, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the real problem for us is not the financing, but is a lack of trust in the system. You know, this is a problem for the investors, for the bank, but also for the consumer. I think the one-stop shop that has been proposed by Onesto, but in other cases, we have almost 8 European projects on this, is how to build trust with different stakeholders. And I think the bank is a bit at the center, and we can, with a one-stop shop, build the trust because the bank can provide partners that can give trust to the consumer. Unfortunately, in Europe, we have seen in several cases where the banks were giving interest rate free, so zero interest rate, and people were not taking green mortgages. So because, I mean, putting in place a retrofitting operation is too complex. People, they prefer not to enter in that game because there is a lack of trust in the SME working in the value chain. So if the bank provide selected partners and remove the problem of trust, can help really the consumer to move on. I think the real problem that we have is a lack of consumer demand, which is generating a lack of offer from financial operators. And at the end of the day, investors, they don't buy something they cannot trust. So the trust should be created from the very beginning of the value chain. This is what we are trying to do. And trying to motivate people to get an easy retrofitting by, for example, having someone who can change the window, which is recognized by the bank. Now, see, typical example where they cheat you and you pay and you don't get what you want. But then there is also an education of the consumer. Once that you have done the retrofitting, you have to use the house in a different way. And this can come only with a series of a micro incentive that the bank can manage. For example, your interest rate can be reduced if you keep your consumption a certain level. This is where we are trying to think. I mean, just to name one case, we are trying to develop for a consumer loans bank, so not a mortgage, an artificial intelligence solution. So the idea, you enter in your shop, you bring your plan of your house, and the artificial intelligence analyze your situation and provide among the partners of the banks the appropriate provider to make the retrofitting the cheapest and the most efficient possible. If we duplicate this, it's a very large bank, it's a French bank operating in several countries, and I think this is the way where we should go. Because that's the way data will be arriving, the source will be available, but we have to create the method, as René Descartes, Cartesio was saying, to make this efficiently and scalable. Because if it's adopted by a big French bank, we can copy and paste all over Europe. It works. So that's where we want to arrive. Consumer demand. If there is no demand, nothing will move. Follow the money. That's where we have to go.
If I can pick in for a moment, I like hearing you say that's all about data to be able to scale up, because that's something we face too, of course. When we have to try to estimate the renovation cost, it's almost impossible without checking 7 different sources to know everything about the dwelling. Now there is a digital twin available in Flanders, and you can just enter the address of the house, and then you get all the information you need about the dwelling. The square meters, the EPC level, how many windows are in there, how many doors are in there. And then in 2 minutes, you can have a clear and accurate estimation on the renovation cost, and that's where we have to go. And also the cooperation with the contractors. Our partner here, the University of Athens, has created another platform and another live project. We cannot do anything without the live project, so thank you, Europe, for that.
We take note of that.
But they created this platform in which they connect the houses and the renovation plans with the contractors, and the contractors can come to the platform and can choose whether or not to have an offer for a project to be done. And that helps the affordability of the renovation too, because the contractor can plan in different areas to do different houses together, and that lowers the prices, and of course, it's all connected.
No, I can hear that there's often the recurring words of the trust. We heard it before, but also the data and EPC's energy performance certificates that we heard before already, also from Luca. Jeremy, I saw you nodding a lot. I'm sure you want to add something here.
Yes, absolutely. I was very interested by what you shared, in particular the role that banks can play to speed up consumer needs and consumer demand for energy renovation projects. And just to say that also from a public policy perspective, governments can also play a role in speeding up this consumer demand, not only by financing upfront costs with subsidies, but also, for instance, by making the business case of energy renovation stronger. First, by clarifying that the long-term goal of any government in Europe who wants to make the energy transition is to make sure that electricity will be cheaper than gas. And this is not obvious. For instance, in France, many people are still convinced that heating their houses in gas is and will remain less costly than with electricity. And we try to change that. We try to give the political signal that electricity is the way forward. And in France, we have developed an electrification plan at a high political level. So it's a signal that we send. But also, we can introduce regulations which increase the value of a house which is renovated. For instance, in France, I'm not sure whether it's shared in other member states, but in France, it is now forbidden to rent an apartment which is badly rated in terms of energy efficiency. We have letter, and if the dwelling is F or G, you are not allowed to rent it, which devalues a lot the apartment if it's in this state. So we try by this way to speed up the demand. And also, in terms of financial products in France, we've introduced a few years ago a zero interest rate for renovation projects, meaning that if you are a homeowner who wants to renovate your house, you can borrow money from the bank and the interest rates will be taken in charge by the state. And in this way, it's a zero interest. But the issue we have is that it's still a financial product which is allowed by the bank, meaning that low-income households don't have access to this type of loan because banks estimate that this type of profile are too risky. So now the next step probably for us is to try to find financial products which can be attracted for low-income households. And I'll finish on this. We introduced 2 years ago a new financial product, but it still has a lack of success. So maybe you can tell me how we can improve. But basically, this new product is for low-income households who want to borrow money for renovate their house. But they borrow the money, for instance, 50,000 euros, and they don't have to pay the money now. They can pay the money only when the house is sold or when the homeowner is dead and the inheritance goes. So meaning you borrow money and you pay only when the house is sold. This way you can renovate your house, increase the value of your house, and get the money back only 10 years later. But so far, only one bank, I think, has agreed to enter the scheme, and it's not really successful, so we are trying to develop it still.
I think that the guarantee will reply to this in the sense that, I mean, when there is a European guarantee, for example, for whatever house, for 50% of the value, banks will have the freedom to enter in this market. Just to give you some example, Fondo Prima Casa in Italy, the Ministry of Finance, they put 500 million as a guarantee. There was a leverage of 60 billion in Italy, and all the banks have started to produce mortgages for young people, so the interest rate were compressed because there was a very high competition, and banks were simply giving mortgages much quicker because there was the guarantee. So there was so the speed up of the execution, which is an important thing because young people, they need to have the product immediately, and everyone was doing this in the same framework, was very simple. Same story in Romania, same story in Greece, and all these stories have been successful in the moment where there was a crisis in the country. Was 2011 for Italy, was 2015 for Romania, it was Greece, 2012, 2013. So this is a very successful mechanism. We should learn from this, and this will speed up fresh private capital money in the system and will accelerate the scalable effect, which I think is what we want.
No, thank you. This actually leads a little bit to one of the questions we received through the Slido. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them through the Slido here. So the question is, we have more funding instruments than ever, yet many vulnerable households are still not reached. Where exactly is the disconnect here? Is it the design, is it delivery, or is it the targeting? Maybe, Nuno, from your experience, what you explained before, maybe you have an answer to this question.
Well, first of all, just leave me some seconds just to give a word of comfort to Paula. Just saying that we've been working on our KPIs in our project in order to give better reports in the future. So be confident on that.
We call on everyone to follow your example, yes. Nuno.
And I would say that, well, technology increases transparency for sure. But I do believe a lot, with our experience, in community-based mediation. We do know that we have a quite dense regulation. We do know that we had funds, but without a common-based mediation by the one-stop shops and the social network, we wouldn't be processing 3 million euros in our city in 1 year. So I'm pretty sure that our 8 front offices of support were critical in order to put the snowball going downhill, and now we are on a speed that it's quite hard to stop. So that's why we're bringing more money, and probably in 6 months I'll be talking about more money coming here because we have high demands, we have mediation, and we have communication with people.
Thank you. Also, Nuno, what I liked from your intervention before was what you mentioned about the training that is what we call the frontline workers they receive, so that they also understand the energy system and how they can actually advise the people that they are reaching out to.
Yes, in fact, as I said, we had to train everyone in the social solidarity non-profit institution to say to people that they should go for passive solutions. So I'm talking about efficient windows, thermal insulation, and it took us and the university that is working with us some days and some workshops, and even so, we had to do some specific workshops with providers and suppliers in order for them to cope with our strict criteria and regulations. So this was a process, I would say, common process of knowledge, because everyone had information, but we had to build some knowledge in all the community, not only the candidates, but the one-stop shops, the non-profit social solidarity institutions. So there's some knowledge that had to be created. And we all know that we live in an information society, but as the British say, information is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Knowledge is not putting on a fruit salad. So, in fact, I think we had to do this bridge in order to having everyone at the same page. And I do believe that now in the second phase of our fund, we are now on the cruise speed that will help us to reach much more families in the future.
Joris, I think here's a difficult question to you, because several questions that we have received through the Slido question this idea of actually providing loans to vulnerable people, to having them have a mortgage or a loan to repay. From your experience, what was actually the reactions of households or owners of presumed buyers when they realized that the house that they wanted to buy was not affordable anymore after the renovation costs were included? Like, what was the reaction? How do you deal with this when you are facing households?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, of course, because as a social lender, when you talk about responsible lending, you also have to say no, now and then when you check the purchase, including the renovation budget, and the total budget doesn't fit the budget of the customer, yeah, then of course we don't finance the purchase. That's as simple as it is. But of course, people react disappointed then. And we also know that they probably can find some other solutions in the market with high interest rates just to finance their purchase. And that's of course a pity. And often, no, maybe not often, but in 1 in 3 cases we know they do finance their purchase price with a loan from some dark kind of lender. There are possibilities to do that. But yeah, we cannot do everything, of course. So for us, it stops when we notice that there is no budget left to renovate it qualitatively. And what I'm going to say now, I hope this will still allow me to re-enter Flanders tomorrow. But the Flemish government has his own financial fund. They provide mortgages to low-income people, directly financed by the government's money, by our money, actually. And it creates a lot of debt in Flanders. And the painful thing is that we often see, we as Honesto, we cooperate in a one-stop shop in the province of Limburg. It's called the Energy House of Limburg. And the government also provides consumer loans, which people can go and apply for when they are a home owner. And it can even be spread over 25 years in time, and you can rent up to 60,000 euros at a very low interest rate. So for some people, even 0% interest rate. And when people come to that energy house and they apply for this consumer loan, we cannot give them this loan because there is no repayment capacity. And since a few years, we are, in case of refusals, we are investigating where their mortgage is, with what bank, I mean. And in a lot of cases, the mortgage is given by the Flemish government. So I don't know if you can still follow this idea, but I don't think this is a good idea to continue doing it in the long run. But hopefully I can take the plane back tomorrow. So.
Jeremy, I don't know whether you want to come in. Otherwise, I have other questions as well.
Well, it's in France. We do have the situation where we believe that we are providing a lot of public money for innovation, but still many households lack the financing to finance their renovation. And in a context also of rising prices for houses, we have the feeling that indeed the key of the problem, the key issue, is definitely the lack of liquidity from low-income households and the need to identify suitable financing solutions, in particular in the context where public money will soon be over, because we believe that after some years, the business case should be enough to finance the renovation itself. So that's why the next step for us is really to try to design financial products which fits. And as I've explained, we are trying to create this mortgage which fits. However, we still lack success, so happy to discuss a bit more.
Of course.
No, go ahead.
We came out from one quite interesting crisis, 2008, where banks have been blamed to give money too easily. Yeah. So the entire Basel III and Basel IV have been designed to make very prudent the way how banks, they disclose money. Mm-hmm. So in every single national regulation, financial stability is the most important thing. And I think, fortunately enough, I will say, the banking union has been built around this principle. So now we have to find a way how to address the needs of vulnerable people, which probably cannot pay, which is bad from a financial stability point of view. I mean, we should not forget where we come from. So our financial system is designed to be very prudent, very oriented. So we need to find the right balance the combination between private sector entering, banks and other institutions, and also intervention of the public sector. And this should be done in the most intelligent way, which will not be too heavy for taxpayer, but will be also leverage, which will be promoting also private investment. It's a tricky issue. I think we can do it all together. I'm very positive we can design a new paradigm for our economy. And I would like to say that, I mean, the word economy, we are in Greece, comes from oikos nomos, the rules that are helping in making the house working properly. That's the Greek word of economy. And I think that we have to redesign our economy in a way where we'll be more inclusive, but also financial stability is the pillar for our economy. We cannot afford to have another 2008. I was a young, beautiful, and dark hair before 2008. I mean, it was a shock for all of us, 2008. And I think as Europe, we came out very nicely because of the financial stability. We cannot dismantle our set of rules. That's very important.
But another topic that's important to make the house work, it's about the data. And some of the questions we have received is in relation to the EPCs that was mentioned before, but also the ESCO model, and whether this kind of pay on your bill and in terms of the energy savings that you do, is that a model that you think works? Does it have potential? Is it failing? I'm not sure who wants to go for that question.
Okay.
Yeah, Paula, do you go?
Yeah, I think from that, everyone just say that is the most difficult part at the end, because also related with the question before, to give it guarantees that is not only related with money itself, but it's related also with how much you know that each one of the indicators or each one of the interventions that you do, how they will correlate it. And I think a panelist before also to talk about this two approach, that's the bottom-up following about the measures or policies that you are taking, and the top-down and bottom-up approach that is to follow in different ways to understand exactly how the impact will go. And then from doing that, I think you open the window for having, now I'm thinking during this panel, during the discussion, that maybe a public-private partnership would be very interesting. That is a good approach, because we do have projects they have money at some point, so how to create this correlation. And I think that in the top of it is the understanding that the entire cycle of the projects, of the policies, of the measures, IPCs and everything, and how they are correlated with the final energy use at the end. So as you were saying, like how much can we correlate, like to give a loan, if we don't understand exactly what it would be the expense in the future. And I think this is related with it. So I think everything is mixed. I didn't thought about before the question, but I would say that it's the lack of the cycle approach, a more cycle approach of every single IPC or every single scheme, let's say, how they will really impact in different ways on the final demand, energy demand, or decreasing energy costs for families, but also it's how to be implemented and how the people will interact with it at the end. It's about people.
Yeah, no, thank you, Paula. One of the topics that we haven't reached yet was the difference between whether you're an owner or you're a tenant. So one of the questions we have received is that how can we make financial opportunities actually reach tenants and not just owners? Nuno, you want to go?
In our case, we allow tenants to being benefited from the fund. We've been thinking about what would be the rents getting higher 1 or 2 years after the retrofitting of the building, because it has higher energy efficiency class. So it's a thing that we still have to address in the new regulation that we'll have to prepare, but it's in our mind, one of those. But tenants are allowed in our case, yes.
Just to add that from cases studies, I think to put the obligation clearly on the owners that you allow the rent, or there are some places where this kind of regulation are done, and I think it's normally the obligation is for the owner. So it maybe legislation way of working, it would be the best, or even some scheme within the tenant and the owner that we saw also that could reduce this amount of the payment, the monthly payment for the proposal of the renovation, for example. It's another example that we see.
Just a comment on this. Of course, the issue of tenants is a big one. In particular, low-income households are often tenants, which means that they don't benefit from the subsidies or other programs. So we have, as mentioned in France, this law where you are not allowed to rent a dwelling which is badly rated in terms of energy performance certificates. But however, it's not sufficient because it only targets very, very bad dwellings, so most of the dwellings are not concerned. So we don't really have cracked this case. However, we have a few possible leads. And I think in Germany, there was an interesting situation where the CO2 price was paid both by the tenants and by the homeowners when the dwelling is rented. And so in this case, it means that the homeowners, when he rents his apartment, he has a sort of a small incentive to renovate because he can also benefit a bit from lowering the energy bill. But it's only honestly a single example in Europe, and I believe it's not sufficient to tackle this challenge, but it's a possibility to play a bit on the price of energy.
This opens a new dimension. I mean, what you said is very important because the carbon credit can really be a market now doesn't exist. But I mean, let's suppose that we are able to have data about the energy savings of every single apartment, and the consumption is linked to the person living in the house. So if you monetize this and you give this as an incentive, can be really benefiting everyone, the owners. And allow me to say also something very important. Sometimes I don't see the focus, the global aspect. But for example, if we give our European standards to countries like Mumbai, I'm thinking Nigeria, because I mean, we will save the world not in Europe, not changing the windows in skies. I mean, you know, I mean, just to be sure. I mean, we think that Europe is the center of the world, but I mean, it's not. I mean, we will make the difference when we will convince Philippines to build, next year in Philippines, they have to build 3 million of dwellings. Indonesia, same thing. So you can change all the windows that you want in Cascais. I mean, this will not save the problem. So I think if we convince with the carbon credit market, those markets to be linked to our standards, for example, taxonomy, those kind of things, we can really have not only financial leadership, but we can really make a market for carbon credit, giving a price as a European, and link big areas of the world to our economy. That's, I think, financial leadership, which is important for Europe now. So the carbon credit, what you are saying, is a benefit for the old lady that closes the window, because she will save 10 euros by doing like this. Maybe this carbon credit can go in a pension fund, which will bring also investors. So there is a market that can be developed there, which is a massive opportunity for all of us, but is an opportunity for Europe to take leadership in the emerging markets, where the problem will be fixed. It's Dar es Salaam, is Nairobi, is those cities where the average age is 19 years old. The country where I was born, the average age is my age, 48. So that's where the market is, where the people will be doing things. So I think with Europe, we can do this kind of bridge with emerging markets with the carbon credit. That's the thing where we are thinking. But we need data for the carbon credit. So we need EPCs, we need transparency.
But then, as Yuri said before, they cost a lot of money, because if the household needs to pay 1,500 euros for have all this data, but over time we will get there, small steps. Jeppe has been indicating to me several times already that it's soon time to close the panel, and I thank you very much. But before we close, I just would like to ask each of you to just give one sentence of the takeaway, so that this is the one that sticks to the audience mind when they go for the coffee break. Jeremy, can I start with you? What's the final takeaway from your intervention?
Successful policy for energy renovation. The key is to be simple, efficient, and targeted to low income. However, even when disbursing huge amount of money, another key effort is to develop financial products that give access to financing for low-income households. Voilà, this is the take.
Thank you very much. Luca, I know you.
Yeah, European solution. You know, the Interrail example. The first year they've done the Interrail for free for 18 years old. There were 10,000 people. Now there are millions of people. A European message is very strong and people understand. So if you want to reach millions of families, be very simple, be European, and let's do the same thing, stronger together.
Thank you. We like that European approach. Paula, to you.
I think that look financing in a more innovative way, try to be transparent, data-driven with the indicators to build, to know more opportunities. There are a lot of innovative opportunities for financing. Also explore public-private partnerships could be interesting, and one-stop shops that were said.
Thank you. Nuno, what can we learn from Cascais?
Well, I think energy poverty reminds us that this is not about technology, or this is not about emissions targets, Luca. This is about people's homes, people's comfort, people's health, and I would say dignity.
And now, Joris, you have the difficult task to be the last one.
Yeah, it's a very nice task. I'm used to it. So. But for me, I think in the Leg Up project, we are, it's all about preventing the energy poverty to happen. And therefore, we need to close 3 gaps: the investment gap, the delivery gap, and the trust gap. And I think we're getting closer, but we need all the support. So everyone who is willing to cooperate on it, I think this can be a solution at a European level. And please give us that European EPC also, because in Flanders we don't even know the label G. So.
We'll take note of that. But thank you so much. This was really interesting. Myself, personally, I enjoyed it very much. I hope the audience did too. And I think now the coffee is waiting for us. Many thanks.
And the coffee will have to wait. The coffee will have to wait a little bit more. Yeah, because I would like you all to come down here for a family photo, and after that family photo, I think we all deserve the cup of coffee. So please come down here. If you feel that you're very tall, please stand on the ground. If you feel that you're not very tall, please come up on stage. So the last session of the first day, I have a strong wish before we start. It is to perhaps consider whether you can move 3, 4, 5 rows downwards, because it would be very nice to have you a bit closer. See, Luca. Role model, excellent. That would be highly appreciated from our side, because right now the last session here will be interactive, a bit informal, sort of chit chat.
Well done, you got it.
I'm very happy now. So so let's start sort of the last session for today. As I mentioned in the very beginning, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub is built for and by everybody in this room. So it's very much on an exchange, and it's very much based on needs. And the session here will be exactly about the needs that we're having and how EPAH can accommodate these needs in the best possible way. So with me here, I have colleagues from the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub team in charge of different parts of all our activities. Over the past 5 years, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub has provided technical assistance. We have developed methodologies together with you. We've had a series of events, both national and international, such as this one, online and in real life. And before we start to look a bit ahead in regard to accommodating your needs for the future, we just have a quick stock taking of some of the things and that's been already developed within EPAH. And one of the first things that comes to mind is sort of the energy poverty indicators. As you may know, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub is standing on the shoulders of the Energy Poverty Observatory. And we there took all the work that's been carried out on indicators and implemented them in the, let's say, the EPAH context. So with that, it would be great with the first Slido exercise, because it would be interesting for us to hear a little bit about how you have been using these EPAH indicators, because that will help us shape how we are presenting them in the future. So the Energy Poverty Indicators Dashboard has sort of become one of the core knowledge tools of EPAH, and also one of the tools that actually addresses both the local, national, all the way up to EU level of interest. But maybe Joao, as being sort of one of the instrumental people in this process, can you maybe explain a little bit about how we went from the observatory activities and to where we are now in regard to indicators?
Well, thank you, Jeppe. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is João Pedro Gouveia. I'm from Nova University of Lisbon and also part of the coordination team of the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub. So on the part of indicators, and that was the discussion that everyone kind of picked up during the different panels, we have been really trying to support not only national governments, but also local governments to address energy poverty, improving the connection also with the guidelines provided by the Covenant of Mayors Europe on diagnosis and monitoring of energy poverty. And currently, throughout the last, let's say, last 4 years especially, we have scaled, improved, increased the detail of the energy poverty dashboard of indicators. So currently we have 29 indicators spread across 4 thematic areas. So not only enabling the diagnosis of energy poverty at different scales, but also putting context. Because when we are trying to compare, and people, researchers, policymakers, practitioners are trying to compare indicators across Europe, sometimes looking to a specific number or a specific graph, we miss the context. So the EPAH dashboard provides that type of context on climate, connecting also with other topics as mobility, a strong set of indicators on buildings, on infrastructure, also another set on energy prices, energy markets, and so on. So we have there the 4 relevant indicators or priority indicators from the Energy Efficiency Directive, but also a set of other ones where we kind of understand better what can be done and the evolution at national level, but also at regional level. So in the last year, we have improved that part of the regional data set. So we connected more with the Eurostat and looking for indicators that could provide us information at NUTS level 2, NUTS level 3, to increase that support that different local governments, different institutions were also asking for during the day. Another part which we kind of bring attention is understanding indicators. So the dashboard not only provides these numbers, but also have supporting documents that enable different people with different backgrounds, with different entities to look and better understand what exactly an indicator can portray, or how can they be used. So we have an indicator leaflet for each indicator. You can find it online on our dashboard. You can compare countries, you can compare different indicators, and we have throughout the years developed several reports where we look deeper into each indicator to look what are their use cases, what are their advantages, but also disadvantages, to better understand how they can be used. And this is something that it turns to be really important for different levels of governance across from national level to the local level. So just look at the slide. Let me just look into that. Okay, so that's the core, I would say, of the dashboard, because we, under the Energy Poverty Advisory, have other tools maybe that connect with other parts of it, so it seems relevant. I would say then people provided also examples on their national level situations, but clearly this kind of creates the structure for a one place, the hub, let's say, of data and knowledge on indicators across Europe.
Yeah, thanks, Joao. I mean, as you can hear, Joao has been diving deep in this for very long, but also for us who have merely just scratched the surface, I can tell you that there's a lot of interesting food for thoughts, and also in particular sort of the guidance of how to read statistics, because statistics can be read in so many ways. It's quite interesting. So I hope that's sort of an invitation to go and explore the observatory.
Just to say something else, looking for the future, so something that will be upcoming, so we have done that work and it will be published pretty soon. It's the expansion of the indicators, looking deeper into climate, so climate-stressed regions, but also connecting with excess mortality both in winter and summer, and also collecting that data from the latest SILC on the energy efficiency improvements on housing. So we are bringing these novel indicators across scales also to the platform online.
Yeah, so the indicators are not a fixed set as such. It's a family that keeps expanding. So I guess you know who to go to in case you have questions about indicators later on at the networking dinner. But another thing is also our exchange of information. As mentioned also here, the room is full of knowledge and experiences on the topic. And I, of course, believe that all of you have been part of the lunch talks and practitioners event. Don't worry, I won't ask you to raise your hands if you have or have not. Nevertheless, these lunch talks and practitioners events are also based on the needs. So if I can then ask for the next Slido. We would sort of love to hear what topics that could be relevant for us to present and discuss with you. Maybe it's something you don't know anything about, or maybe it's something you know an awful lot about. So we would be interested in hearing both. So I don't know. Let's see. This was supposed to generate a word cloud, and now I'm getting a bit nervous if there's nothing coming out. Yeah. Here we go. And that will leave. And that would give. I will then give you the floor, Marina, as sort of one of the masterminds behind the latest lunch talks, to sort of comment a bit on what you see here.
Okay, before financing, strategies. Okay, before we go into the cloud and into all your lovely inputs, just a couple of words on what are the lunch talks. The lunch talks are, as Jeppe said, as it came out also this morning, a community-based event where the idea is open to everyone, of course, organized during the lunch break. It's usually somewhere halfway through the month, every 2 months, so it's not too much, but it's not too less, so we are all invited to participate. It's a 1 hour talk where we usually invite 2 experts to discuss and share their experiences, their opinions on a specific topic, and then then we leave the floor open for questions or also for participants to share their own experiences. So it's really a moment to share experiences or problems or solutions that relate to any activity on an energy topic. We have been doing the lunch talks for the last more or less year now, and we have covered several topics, but as Jeppe was saying, the lunch talks are really to meet your needs in terms of I want to know more on this topic, or I want to also I know this topic and I want to share my experience on these topics. So having said that, please forgive me, but I have to stand up, otherwise no way I'm going to read what was on the board. Okay, data. That was something that came out already sometimes this morning. So Joao, be prepared that there will be some lunch talks on that, on indicators. But I think that was a normal conclusion of all the day's talk. I'm not blocking anyone, I hope. Okay, one-stop shops. Indeed, that was also related to renovation, and indeed we can put that on the list. Financing strategies. All the speakers of the previous panel are kindly invited to participate in that one-stop shop. In that lunch talk, because indeed financing strategies, we saw it before, is an issue when dealing with vulnerable consumers, and if we can really manage to solve that issue, we would be very well off. Innovative actions from cities, indeed, that too can be handy. Examples from cities, innovative. Okay, cities are at the front, but that was quite acceptable, as I was said also this morning that they are key players. Can I ask my colleague to take a picture of this lovely word cloud? Okay, thank you, so that we can start planning all the different lunch talks. And if on one of these topics you would also like to volunteer to be an expert on one of the topics, you can write directly to the info help desk of EPAH and let us know the topic and why. What is your experience that you would like to share? Observatories, real experience, social climate plan. Yeah, I think they are all really, really very interesting. Okay, just one word, technical assistance. It was done, the last lunch talk was done on the technical assistance. So there should be the recording of that one, but you can find all the information on the EPAH website about the technical assistance. And for sure, we will have one on the technical assistance once they have been selected to inform all of you on what the new technical assistance will be looking at. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Marlene, and thanks for the inputs. Yeah, but a good point. After we've had our lunch and talked, all these sessions are streamable on the website, of course. But so we're talking about sort of peer learning spaces with the lunch talks. We have also the practitioners event, and Martin, maybe you can explain a little bit about the practitioners event and maybe also the difference between the lunch talk and the practitioners event.
Yeah, one of the objectives of EPAH was to capture all the knowledge and experience and the expertise on the ground, on the territories. So this is why these practitioners events were designed as a technical exchange sessions for professionals working in different regions, municipalities, communities in Europe. So the way they are organized is that we organize kind of 3 sessions per year. One of the each sessions focused in one of the regions in Europe, so Northern Europe, Central, Eastern, and then South, just to cover the specificities of each region. So, for example, in 2025, we cover summer energy poverty in the South, renovation, Central Europe, and then the concept around the concept of vulnerability in the North. And now we are working on the topics in 2026, so happy to hear from you if you have other ideas, the same as we did for the lunch talk, if you want to write us and give your opinions or your ideas of future practitioners event. We will take them into account.
Yeah, great. It's interesting exactly to sort of how the different regions are having different needs and address those. As you can hear, the topics have been quite different. So we are always asking you questions about sort of what should we do and how do we do it in the best possible way. And at one point we got so much information that we decided to map all these things, and that led to the atlas back in the days. And for those of you who do not know what the EPAH Atlas is, I'll give the floor to Joao in a moment. But before that, I'll have a bit of sort of a promotional break, because we just recently launched the EPAH Inspirational Cases Handbook, which is a good selection of inspirational cases, as it says in the title. So this could, for instance, be something you can either go out here in the foyer and look at a hard copy example, or you can download it and read it on your way back from the session. So that will then be sort of a next Slido question. There. So we'd just like to hear sort of your, let's say, your usage of this application. And in the meantime, maybe Joao, you can add a little bit of content to what we can find on the Atlas.
Yes. So as you have mentioned, so we have just launched these inspirational cases, where there was a selection across Europe of relevant projects and interesting projects across different scales on funding. For example, the one from Cascais that Nuno just presented, it's there. Other examples across Europe on one-stop shops, on advice, on different areas of energy poverty support. And then connected with, this of course connects with what we have been mapping for the last 5 years also on projects, measures, policies, especially across Europe. But in fact, the Atlas is a bit broader than that, so we have examples outside of Europe as well. So currently we identify, map, and characterize over 300 projects and measures. This has been really a relevant platform, let's say, for knowledge exchange, project sharing. So on one side, you can even submit directly your own project, your policy that you know that it's happening at the regional level or national level. We've keep trace on that. We have keep working on updating, because as you might imagine, ongoing projects and initiatives are really lively, and they keep progressing on outputs, on KPIs and so on. So we try to keep that updated as most as we can. So at the end of last year, we have reviewed over the 200 that we have already had there. And this serves as the basis for local governments, for national entities to look and what's out there, not only in their own country, but also across Europe. And for example, the EPAH Atlas was the inspiration for the Portuguese one that Diogo mentioned early on. So the National Observatory in Portugal used the Atlas itself as inspiration, not only the projects for other things. So here there is a mixed audience of the use of the Atlas as well. So again, this is more an invitation for having a look to the projects, and also submit maybe one or a few that you know and you feel that it's missing there. That's more on that. And thank you.
Yeah, and as I said, you can read stats in many ways. I read this as there's great potentials for everybody to dive into and explore the Atlas here for the 46%. But the last thing that we just want to mention as some of the things that we are doing is the Energy Poverty Working Group, which brings together across the board EU-funded projects that are working specifically on energy poverty. And that's also why we're very pleased to see that in the Citizen Energy Package, there's a reference to 10 more live projects on the topic. That brings me to the question here again. We're really pumping you for knowledge and info here. Apologies, you will soon be rewarded at the networking dinner, don't worry. But maybe, Marina, you can elaborate a little bit while the Slido is ongoing. Yeah.
Okay, so as Joe has said, in the last years, there have been a lot of projects funded on energy poverty. Mostly LIFE, Horizon 2020 it started, and then it moved on to LIFE. But we've learned that there are projects also funded within the Erasmus program, the SERV program, the Interreg program, the Horizon Europe program, and what we learned during the experience of EPA is that most of these projects don't know about each other. Within the LIFE group, the Life Energy Poverty group, we all more or less know each other, but we don't know who's doing what on the Erasmus projects. So the idea was, let's create a working group with all the European funded projects so as to share our outcomes, so that there is no need to reinvent the wheel every time, and that we can actually build on what were the outcomes of the previous project. So the work that we did was to map all the European funded projects, which you can obviously find now on the EPA Atlas, to invite them to join the working group, and within the group, within the working group, we are organizing 3 meetings per year to discuss and share different aspects of the projects. So the first one, the first group of meetings were on tools. So we invited all the partners, all the projects. The working group, we invite the coordinator, but then the invitation is shared with all the partners. So you don't have to be the coordinator to participate in the working group. We really want everyone, because we believe that the experience of everyone brings value added to this working group. So the first one was on tools, and we collected some very good tools on which were developed during the project. We will have the next one, which is a very key issue, and we all know that, on how projects are sustained after the end of the funding, which always is a very critical question. And then the last meeting for this year will be on the policy aspects. So exactly how do our projects relate, provide inputs to the various different European policies that are and will be developed during the years. So it is really a place, an environment where to share what has already been done, to learn from each other, and hopefully to set the steps, the basis for future development. I hope you all knew about the working group. If you were not aware of it, I'll be here all day tomorrow, and you can definitely contact me or anyone else from EPA team. And so I'm sorry, I'm just sitting under it, and okay. Energy poverty action plans, citizen engagement, and how to replicate. Yep, I see there's a like there. Okay. Picture? Okay. Yeah, because we are asking you a lot of inputs, but we really need your input. It's not just an exercise at the end of the day to keep you awake, but it's really something that we will be using to build future events and activities. So thank you very much. And if you were not aware of the working group, write to us and please join us.
Yeah, so the next slide, I'll just jump straight to it. It's related to the technical assistance, and I just remind everybody here that the technical assistant, the call for technical assistance is open this month. So I think, Marta, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about sort of what we can expect from the technical assistance here, as you sort of being one of the masterminds here of that.
Well, technical assistance is being provided by EPA since 2020. It's a structured support provided by experts, of course, with the coordination of EPA, to help you designing, diagnosing, planning or implementing any energy poverty actions in your region, your municipality, your community. The objective is to provide you with the support you need to unlock, to continue to sustain any interesting initiative that you think can be useful to tackle energy poverty in your municipality, in your community. This year, the call was open in February, and it's going to be open until the end of March. So if you haven't yet think on a proposal, it's the time. Local authorities can and have to apply, but of course other actors, other stakeholders tackling energy poverty in Europe are invited to submit proposals. The idea in this call is to provide 50 technical assistants in total, with a specific focus on those regions with a higher risk of energy poverty, and also with a special focus on innovation mechanisms, innovation solutions, or initiatives that you think they could provide an innovation that could be later on replicated in any other place in Europe. Three main categories. I mean, if you are starting from scratch, for sure, you need to ask for a diagnosis. You need to know if there are people suffering a situation of vulnerability or not in your community, in your region. Then the second step, or the second phase, for those that are already doing or implementing or designing measures or initiatives on energy poverty, is to plan. Maybe you are planning your local energy poverty plan, your regional energy poverty plan. Or another option could be to ask for support for designing implementation services. For example, I want to set up a one-stop shop providing advice to those in a situation of vulnerability, or I have a renovation office or a one-stop shop on renovation, but people suffering a situation of vulnerability don't enter the office, so I need to provide specific sub-services, or how do I adapt services to provide support? So this kind of assistance can be requested. So you are all invited.
And for I don't know if we can see what people have actually expected of the numbers here, but people seem to be very well informed, because the option to answer C is correct. Yeah, until now,
correct, yeah.
And we have 50 now in the pipeline. That can actually multiply, because several municipalities can actually benefit at the same time. So 50 is the minimum number somehow in this round for the technical assistance. Just very briefly, because you might have seen that there's a lot of information lying on the table in the foyer. So maybe, Joao, the time is running. We get hungry and tired, but can you give us 3 words about the country fishes?
Yes, absolutely. So today we also launched the 27 member states country fishes that you have seen probably outside and for checking. But the country fishes, they are available in our website online. You can look for the country specifically. Here is just the first page of the Greek one, but just to say that this is structured in 7 areas. I think this is a really important piece of work for benchmarking and for assessing what's happening with the definitions across the member states, because we tried here to break the language barriers. We engage with our EPA antennas across all the member states to support us on the development of these fishes. We also present what you can see here on the graph, the relevant indicator that can be used to compare countries. We see also the EU average, but then we look deeper into the countries on specific projects and interesting initiatives. Also, what's the status of the observatories, which are the relevant contact points at the national level, because in our website we have also a list of entities that you can also submit your own that are working on energy poverty across the member states. We also look into the specific targets a member state could have already applied for energy poverty, and what's the process of that, and the relevant policies and the relevant measures being applied across the member states. So this is an important tool. Also looking ahead, we'll be updating this annually with new data sets, with updated indicators, or new projects or new laws that are coming to support energy poverty at national and local levels.
And maybe we've sort of reached the quiz point in the Slido. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So, okay, yeah, we skipped one. I think that's just fine, actually. So now we've reached the point sort of where we're looking a bit ahead and where we again are pumping you for information. And this is just a very open question. In the meantime, maybe 3 words about from your side what we can expect sort of in the next few months from our hands, so to say.
Well, as said, in the coming months, the technical assistance is going to be delivered. So until the 31st of March, you can submit proposals, and there will be the evaluation. And by June, we will start signing the contracts with the beneficiaries and starting the technical assistance for the coming years.
Yeah, another key point that we have been working in the last months are the release of 2 reports, one connecting, in fact, energy performance of buildings, the discussion all the other panels were having before, and energy poverty, what's the current situation and interconnection in Europe across different regions, and also one looking deeper to the new indicators we are bringing to the dashboard on health, on excess mortality, and the connection with climate stress regions, and the connection with the energy poverty indicators, especially the ones on the energy efficiency directive. So stay tuned for those in the next weeks, months.
And stay tuned also for some guidelines. We have several during the full project idea of EPAH, but there's one in the pipeline which should be released very, very soon. It is a step-by-step guide exactly on how to implement the handbooks with a specific lens. So that too is very useful and will be also used for the technical assistances. I can give you support for the future ones.
And I think we have sort of reached the end here for the few months future that we talked about. And thanks for again providing the inputs. As you can hear, they're sort of integrated in all the things that we're doing. And as the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub is, I saw that there's a lot of sort of requests for specific
Can I just mention something there?
Advices directly from EPAH. Please note that we are primarily actually a platform where we're connecting dots. So I think we would be very reluctant on saying what's correct, etc., but we're much more interested in teaming you up with those who might have the answers to your questions, as there is no silver bullet, as we've heard so many times before. Joao, is this really important?
And just to say that on the transport poverty, that's something we have on our dashboard, and we'll be adding also more mobility indicators. We have been also connecting with the transport poverty hub. We have different types of information, so have a look into that platform as well, and also the work we have been doing on mobility and transport.
And I think with that, that was just sort of a brief plow through on what we're doing and what we're gonna do together with you. So now we have one last exercise before I'll tell you the address of our dinner. And it's kind of a bit of a networking bingo. You just got coffee, I know, so we should be quite all right. So if I can ask Hannes and Emin to sort of hand around our small bingo cards, and then I would like you to get up and talk to, maybe not your neighbor, because I guess you might know your neighbor already, but walk a bit around and see if you can get a bingo on your bingo card. And there'll be a grand prize for the person who first raise his or her hands and yell bingo. So I think that is around it. None of us would say anything more apart from the fact that you're all welcome to the networking dinner. And you can see here on the back of your card, on the back of your name tag, that is the Central Athens Hotel. It's the rooftop. So go there. And as mentioned, it's at 7 o'clock and everybody's welcome. Please also notice that tomorrow we will not be here at the venue. We'll be at the Stratos Hotel, and you can find that also in the I'm losing I'm losing my thread here. But you can find that also in the practical information. And with that, I thank everybody for your attention and see you at the dinner. So go meet new people. Thanks.